games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome into BetMGM Tonight. Brad Evans in the house. I am Kate Constable filling in for Pat today. It's been a wild day. It's been a wild Monday. Are we already at the start of a week, Brad? It's only Monday. It feels like it's been multiple days so far in this week because of all the news that's gone on. We have the NBA draft coming up tomorrow night and a lot of speculation around who's going where, trades up, trades down, and then this whole Giannis situation that is circulating, not to mention Dusty May going to the Mavericks as their new head coach. So plenty to get to tonight. Brian Bache, who is the voice of Michigan basketball, he's going to join us about 20 minutes from now, 6:20 Eastern. Cameron Salerno is going to join me later on in the show. We'll talk college basketball. We'll talk the draft. He's locked in on that. And then Cam Smith from Chicago Sports Network is going to join us to talk about the Chicago Bulls and what they might be doing tomorrow. So, we have a lot to get to today. Before we do, though, Brad, this week's Defensive Player of the Week, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, is Cubs center fielder Pete Crow Armstrong. He's boasting a flawless week in center field. Your Cubs, Brad, defensively, PCA also made over 50% of his low catch probability plays, including a snag against the Blue Jays that had only a 4% chance of being caught off the bat. That's what PCA does. Defensive Player of the Week, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed services, veterans, and their families. Learn more at Navy Federal Credit I'm going to start that over. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. Brad, how are we doing on this fine Monday afternoon?
It's been wild. It's wacky. It's been eventful, to say the least. When I rolled out of bed this morning, I didn't expect to get just inundated with various tweets and texts and emails from various contacts that I've had about Dusty May and the fallout for Michigan basketball. Of course, Kate, you know me. I eat, breathe, and sleep everything college basketball.
You do.
So it was seismic, to say the least. I felt the earth beneath me shake, and it wasn't from the New Madrid Fault, which is located about 3.5 hours downstate here from Casa de Evans in the ILL. It was definitely an earthquake kind of reaction with May bolting from the University of Michigan for the Dallas Mavericks, the fallout from that. And, of course, we're on the cusp of the NBA draft. A lot of rumors flying about. We got the Giannis situation, who's already laid out. And I also fired off roughly 8,000 bets, I think, tonight in the world of Major League Baseball. So I've had a day.
That sounds like a fantastic Monday, Brad. What better way to start the week than with a bunch of breaking news in sports and a zillion bets? I know we'll get to all your bets throughout, and I've got a couple to throw your way as well and see what you think, especially on tomorrow's NBA draft, because you are the college basketball person. We know that. So I would imagine your draft intel probably a little greater than mine. So I'll let you know kind of what I'm thinking in terms of bets, and you can tell me whether I'm on the right track or not. But this Dusty May stuff, leaving Michigan just after months removed from winning a national championship, and he's on his way to the NBA to coach the Dallas Mavericks. Cooper Flagg, who was a rookie last year, rookie of the year. What were your initial thoughts, Brad, when you heard this? Were you shocked? Because there have been some rumblings that maybe making that jump, but I didn't think any of them really had much traction throughout, the last couple of months to where this was going to be a matter-of-fact done deal thing right before the draft.
Well, I can tell you this. The snowball was already descending downhill when it comes to Dusty May. If you've heard various interviews post the national title run, and, of course, hoisting the hardware there in Indianapolis for U of M, he's made it known, really deep secret that he isn't really pleased with the state of college basketball. All the headaches that are accompanying the game right now with NIL, the transfer portal, it's still kind of the wild, wild west, and everybody's trying to figure it out. We got legislation right now working its way through the arm of government. We're going to see if that is going to be instilled and enacted. That's to be determined yet. But, Dusty May is just like, look, I'm at the pinnacle of my college basketball coaching career. I just won a national title in my second year at Michigan. Of course, made a Final Four with itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny Florida Atlantic University a few years back. He has pretty much done it all already. And look, an opportunity to coach Cooper Flagg. You have 2 picks in the NBA draft, one inside the top 10 at number 9 overall. Somebody beep, 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 backing up the truck. And it's really an offer you can't refuse. So I was a little bit stunned, but I wasn't jarred. I wasn't floored. My mouth wasn't agape and dragging on the ground by any stretch based on the breadcrumbs that Dusty May had dropped here the last few weeks, the last couple of months, and a lot of the postseason interviews that he conducted, even one with our friends at the Field of 68 just like 5 days ago. He was alluding the fact of the frustrations that he had with the current college game. So I think he's, getting the goods while they're still damn good with the Dallas Mavericks. And when you can build a franchise around Cooper Flagg, you have arguably the deepest, most talented NBA draft class that I've ever seen. This is rivaling like the mid-'80s and the Jordan class and some of those, story classes that came out. But I would argue it's the best draft class. We're going to determine that 10 years down the road that maybe we have had, Kate, this entire century. So if you're going to make the jump to the next level, now is the time. And I think Dusty May is striking while the iron is hot.
And Dusty May inherits a team that is going to commit. He's not a part of a rebuild by any means in Dallas. Like, they have solid pieces that can compete, maybe a couple pieces away, but you might get those in this year's draft based on the talent in that. And so to coach a player like Cooper Flagg, who is fresh out of college. Yeah, he was a rookie last year, but still very young in the league. You have Kyrie Irving too. We forget. He's coming back from that injury, but Kyrie Irving's clearly a heck of a player. Derek Lively, like, there's some really good players on that Dallas Mavericks team. So for him to come in and kind of hit the ground running versus be a part of some sort of rebuild where you're starting at the bottom, you're losing a bunch of games, all of that stuff, I'm not sure that would have been as enticing. But it has a ripple effect within Michigan and what happens to Michigan now, because players on this Michigan roster right now have 5 days, and then a portal window opens where they have 15 days to decide whether or not they want to stay at Michigan or if they want to enter the portal and go somewhere else based on the announcement of the departure of Dusty May. That's not like across college basketball. That's only because the head coach at Michigan just left and players have the opportunity to go elsewhere. So, we'll ask these questions to Brian Bashish on the other side, but would you anticipate a lot of these players moving on from Michigan?
I think the first determination needs to be made is who's going to be coaching Michigan. And there's a lot of indications that suggest the man that oversaw the defense for the national title team this year, a man that's got 6 years of head coaching experience, formerly at Oklahoma State. He was also an assistant under Brad Underwood at Stephen F. Austin. And again, he was only under Dusty May for 1 year, but at least he knows Ann Arbor, knows the players, knows the program. It's Mike Boynton. And it's no known secret. The 80s are to come out from Michigan and said, we're making inroads. We're having ongoing discussions right now with Boynton and his representatives, and they're going to hire internally and get a deal done. There's a lot of wild speculation being thrown about, what about John Calipari? He's going to leave all that chicken money behind in Arkansas and make the jump. And return, north in at least the northern areas. He was at Kentucky before, and join University of Michigan because everybody wants to be the Big Ten. They're a cash cow right now. They're absolutely dominating the world of college sports, not only in basketball but also in football. So maybe he's going to abandon the SEC and come to the big bad wolf that is the Big Ten. No, John Calipari ain't leaving. Again, that chicken money, very deep pockets. That Tyson money there in Fayetteville. So I think he's going to stand pat right now with the University of Arkansas. And then we've heard other rumblings with some other individuals like Billy Donovan. He does not have a gig right now, but I got a feeling that Billy Donovan enjoys playing golf and may take the year off after the embattled run that he had with the Chicago Bulls. He was mentioned in a North Carolina job conversation. That didn't come to fruition. So I think they're just going to hire internally. I think it's going to be Mike Boynton. And then we're going to find out how many players are ultimately retained. My guess is maybe one, probably a maximum of two are going to jump. It is late in the game now, Kate. We're talking about late June for these guys to immerse themselves in a brand new program, ahead of schools, getting back in session. by the time mid-August rolls around. So, look, a lot of these agents are going to be called. The likes of Trey McKinney, JP Estrella, and Elliot Cadeau, their outstanding point guard. They're going to have conversations. They're going to have frank decisions to make. But when push comes to shove, I think Michigan boosters will step up. They're going to support Boynton. And I think ultimately these guys will stay put. But I could be terribly wrong because you know what money does? It talks, Kate.
Oh, yeah. Money does talk. And I mean, the John Calipari thing is hilarious. His name is anytime there's an opening, a vacancy at a well-known established program, one of the blue bloods of college basketball, it's John Calipari's name is thrown into the mix. And I'm not sure he even knows his name is always in these mix. Like, it's not like he's coming out and looking for a new job. So I think we can put a little X over Calipari's name and he is not going there. But I do like that they immediately gave the interim tag to Mike Boynton. And you just heard Dusty May talking about him throughout the season last year. I mean, he was kind of their defensive backbone of that team in orchestrating that. And he was Dusty May's right-hand man all season long. And May even said in a couple of interviews, like, he thinks of things that I don't even think of and game plans in ways that I hadn't, initially thought of for these game plans type of thing. And so he's not just a assistant coach. He was an extension of Dusty May. And so for him to take over, it feels like that would be the best case scenario for this team to not miss a beat, especially with the rapport and the relationship that he's already developed with these players that are going to be deciding whether or not they stay at Michigan or if they go elsewhere, where if you bring in an outside coach, like, there's no relationship there. And maybe they get a little bit extra money to go somewhere else. And because they don't have that relationship, that extra money is a little bit more enticing. So I like that Michigan did that. I've also heard some rumblings that, okay, maybe Boynton coaches this year, but next year they'll move on and they'll find, a Billy Donovan, or they'll go back in and look, and they'll see how Boynton does this year. And if the record is good enough, they keep him on full time and he's the new head coach. I think that would be a mess. Just hire the guy, right? Like, if he has all the credentials, what you're getting in him. I think that's the right move long term. You could almost drop the interim tag. I know they're not going to do that, but I think he is the answer for Michigan basketball going forward.
I actually vehemently agree with you on that point. You got to establish continuity. And again, the guy's got head coaching experience. 6 years in Stillwater with Oklahoma State. He didn't kill it there by any stretch of the imagination, but he was a decent head coach.
He coached, he coached Cade Cunningham there too. So he's coached high level players. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very astute point that you make. Like, he can't develop these guys. Schematically, you're going to have consistency. You're going to have continuity with personnel as well. So, look, I know your britches have gotten ultra big there in Ann Arbor if you're a basketball fan, but football is still number one at that school. Yeah. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We're going to call a spade a spade. Michigan basketball is, at its ultimate high point right now. And there's a desire for that sustainability to continue, maybe in a perpetuity. And it could. They have that potential there, playing at Chrysler with all the money that's flooding in that program right now. But I think Boynton is the right man for the job. Long-term, to a certain extent, maybe you give him kind of a prove-it deal. Maybe it's like only 3 years, minimum of 2, but I think it's got to be ultimately a 3-year or greater deal. Now, if you're really buying into his long-term plan, you sign him a 5-year extension. But if you sign him to 3, he goes out there and makes NCAA tournament. We'll have to figure out, how deep he goes with those teams in those given years. But if he makes the big dance 3 consecutive years, and I know we have an expanded big dance, so everybody's going to get in, it seems like, ultimately, with the 76 teams, which is downright ridiculous and just asinine in my mind. But if he makes a decent run, maybe get like 1 or 2 Sweet 16 appearances, I think that'll be enough to solidify him to a longer-term deal after a 3-year term were up. So, yes, I agree. Just remove the interim tag, sign him to a 3-year deal, pay him fair and adequate money, and see what he can do. I think he's going to be mighty fine, Kate, there for the Michigan Wolverines.
Well, we're going to continue to dive into this topic and what it means for the Dallas Mavericks, what type of coach they're getting in Dusty May compared to what they had in Jason Kidd, and some more of what this does to the University of Michigan and that roster going forward. So throughout the show here, we do always want to hear from you. You can hit up the phone lines, the text line, and this is our question for tonight. We want you to help us answer. Will Dusty May be a successful NBA head coach? Also, where will Giannis be traded to? Boston, Miami, somewhere else? Hit up our phone lines, 310-840-4910. Brian Bache joins us on the other side. He is the voice of Michigan basketball, and he'll talk to us about the departure of Dusty May.
If the Celtics do trade for Giannis, Celtics-Knicks next year in the Eastern Conference Final. And we have seemingly all collectively decided, even prior to the epic 7-game series that they played this year, that the Western Conference Final for the next however many years is going to be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And we'll get into Oklahoma City's trade of Aaron Wiggins to the Hawks coming up in a little bit. So if the Celtics get Giannis, I think we are going to know, or have a good idea at least, as to what next year's conference final is going to be. It's like 11 months from now. I think we already know. 11 months in advance. Eastern Conference Final, Celtics-Knicks. Western Conference Final, Spurs and Thunder. And just on the Eastern Conference, if the Celtics are able to get Giannis, and we'll talk more about Jaylen Brown on the other side, but just on the Eastern Conference, why I feel so confident in that result if the Celtics are able to pull this off. You know, Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back for the Indiana Pacers, obviously, right? And the tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Thunder was brutal for Tyrese Halliburton and brutal for the Pacers. I really like what the Pacers did, trading for Zubats, getting their center to replace Miles Turner this past season. But not getting the 5th pick in the draft was such a blow to this team, such a blow to the Pacers. And maybe they'll just be able to exceed expectations again and really compete with the Knicks and Boston after what they did last season. It really shouldn't surprise anyone if they're able to do that. But I think it's fair to say, put the Knicks and the Celtics a cut above the Pacers, at least for right now. There's Detroit and there's Cleveland. Do you trust the Pistons right now? Detroit's got a big decision to make on Jalen Duren, and they're probably going to pay him. And Duren was an all-NBA caliber big man this year in the regular season, and then wilted like a plant in the sun with no water in the postseason. That fill you with confidence? Do the Cleveland Cavaliers, as currently constructed, fill you with confidence? Do they? Got annihilated by the Knicks and then were in denial about it after getting swept. James Harden, we're the better team. Kenny Atkinson, analytically, we're actually up in the series. Or you got swept by the eventual NBA champions. Does that fill you with confidence? The Cleveland Cavaliers? I really like what Atlanta did this weekend. Signed C.J. McCollum to an extension. McCollum was obviously the closer for this team in the play. Hit a couple shots to beat the Knicks twice. 2 of New York's 3 losses in the playoffs, C.J. McCollum and the Hawks. And then they trade for Aaron Wiggins because the Thunder can't afford to pay all these guys and need to shed some salary. It's a great move by Atlanta. And I love Jalen Johnson. And I like some of these pieces on the Hawks. Alexander Walker, Dyson Daniels, etc. But I mean, really? Atlanta is going to be on the same level as Boston? As the Knicks? If the Celtics get Giannis? I think there's a good chance we are going to know by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday night, June 23rd, the 4 finalists next year in the NBA. My Knicks, Giannis and the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
You're listening to Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Tonight. Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you, talking about the Dusty May and University of Michigan. I don't think we can call it a fallout. It wasn't necessarily a bad departure, but Dusty May is going to the Dallas Mavericks. He's going to try his hand in the NBA, and University of Michigan, the Wolverines, just a year after winning the national championship, are going to be under a new head coach this year. So we want to know throughout the show from you guys. Text us, hit the text line, the call line. Will Dusty May be a successful head coach? And of course, the honest conversation circulating around, will he be traded to Boston, Miami, or elsewhere? 310-840-4910. Brad, it is time to get to our guest right now, and that is play-by-play for the University of Michigan, Brian Bush. Brian, we appreciate you taking the time to join us on what has probably been a very busy and eventful day for you. So we just kind of want to know right off the bat, what's the temperature around campus as that news broke this morning?
Yeah, Kate, Brad, appreciate you both having me on. Obviously, shock, disappointment. I think there's, from some fans, a little bit to maybe a little bit more than a little bit of anger. I don't share that anger aspect by any stretch because, this team finished the job last year. They won the national championship. But B, I always kind of got the vibe that Dusty was going to be an NBA coach, or at least desiring to be an NBA coach at some point. Now, did I expect it to be at this juncture 2 years after he got to Ann Arbor? No. But there is something to be said for going and winning the national championship. So, yeah, there's sadness, there's disappointment because, there was real hope that, this could be a long-term dynasty type thing. But we all know in sports, you can never assume there's ever going to be any dynasty. Stuff changes too quickly. And Michigan was able to maximize one of the best rosters they've ever had with a championship. And now, obviously, they're going to have to reinvent themselves like they did 2 years ago. The only difference is that they're coming off a season with 29 more wins than they did 2 years ago.
Yeah, no question about it. Brian, Michigan AD Ward Manuel has really going to have to act swiftly employing his next head coach. Do you believe Mike Boynton, who oversaw the defense last year for the Wolverines, and who was previously a head coach at Oklahoma State for 6 years, is the obvious long-term answer? Or could a guy like Billy Donovan or someone else be on the table? So is Boynton going to be the guy? If he is the guy, for how long do you think he's going to get a leash? Is it 2 years, 3 years, just a 1 year deal? And if Boynton is not the long-term answer, who do you think is?
Yeah, I think right now, Brad, I feel very sure that Mike Boynton Jr. is the obvious short-term answer with the ability to work his way into the obvious long-term answer. At this point in college basketball, there certainly are some calendar-based issues that Michigan has to deal with, but there's also a little bit of built-in calendar advantage of the fact that most rosters are set, not necessarily in terms of spots, because now with 15 scholarship spots and bigger rosters in college basketball, a lot of schools leave a little bit of leeway there. But in terms of money, NIL promises, stuff along those lines, if you put any of these, top 7, 8 Michigan players in a March portal situation, then yeah, they would command big time dollars. It's a very talented roster. But how many schools can realistically find what is needed if one of those guys were to go into the portal? Mike Boynton has a tremendous ability to build relationships with players. Dusty has talked about the fact that he had to delegate a lot when it came to the coaching aspect and even some relationship building with players because he's the figurehead. He's the NIL fundraiser. He's got to do a lot more interviews at a Michigan spot versus Florida Atlantic. So the question will be long-term with Mike Boynton. Is he the kind of guy who can delegate as well as Dusty May did? I have a lot of faith in who Mike Boynton is as a person, as a coach, but that's obviously with Dusty May there with him. This would be a new program. The continuity aspect, though, roster-wise, that's the most important because this roster right now is top 10, probably top 5 good, and Mike Boynton is the best option to try to maintain that. And then from there, if he's able to do it, he's got to be able to succeed with it come next season and kind of play it out from there. So there's a lot of moving parts to it, but short term, I think Mike Boynton is the only answer for Michigan for right now.
All right, Brian, let's dig into that roster currently there at University of Michigan. Though Adai Mora, Yaxel Lindeborg, Morez Johnson are likely to have their names called in Tuesday's NBA draft, probably inside the top 15. There's still a ton of talent, as you mentioned, left on this championship roster. If you were to guess how many players enter the portal post-made Dallas news, what would that number be? I mean, L.A. Cadeau, Trey McKinney, J.P. Estrella, there are no doubt guys that would garner a ton of interest and a ton of money if they were to enter the portal during this basically 2-week window of opportunity. So do you see anybody at all bolting from this roster? If so, how many?
Yeah, it's so tough to know any sort of number. What I can tell you, Brad, is I would be surprised if the number were 0, but I'd also be surprised if it were much higher than 0, just because of where we are in the calendar and the relationships that Mike Boynton has built. I'm hesitant to say any sort of projection on the roster side of things just because this is still fresh. And, Mike Boynton was meeting with players today. He was trying to get a handle of it. The team was supposed to have its first summer workout of the 4 hours, 4 practices, 1 hour each for 8 or 9 weeks or whatever the stretch is in the summer. And obviously that had to be pushed back at least a day because of all of this coming down. So again, I don't expect a mass exodus by any stretch, but I'm also not naive in thinking that this would just be a smooth sailing. Like, yeah, of course, everybody's going to stick around. Now, anybody who could leave, it might be a freshman who maybe had, a big-time relationship with Dusty compared to somebody else. We don't know what other assistants might go with Dusty, stay with Michigan, or some other alternative. But obviously, the two guys that Michigan must prioritize are Elliot Cadeau and Trey McKinney. Elliot Cadeau enters next year as potentially the best point guard in the country. And I think Trey McKinney's ceiling case, maybe not even ceiling, but 90th percentile outcome is first-team All-American. He can be that good next year because he had to defer with so much other talent. He hit the biggest shot of the season last year, the three-pointer against UConn late. So those two guys are going to have to be the focal points. I'm not a rocket scientist by saying that. And if Michigan holds on to those two guys, I like their chances to hold on to a good crux of the rest of the roster.
Interesting.
We're talking with play-by-play for Michigan basketball, Brian Bush. Brian, John Beilein was the last Michigan head coach to make the jump from the college ranks to the NBA, and that didn't quite pan out for him. Didn't last very long at the professional level. So does Dusty May, after watching him for the last 2 seasons up close, does his personality, his coaching style, do you think that translates a little bit more seamlessly to the professional level?
100%. And I mean, Dusty has been someone who has studied all levels of basketball for a long time. I think kind of like John Beilein. Beilein wanted to test his stuff against the NBA, but he had been in college and had done it for decades and took the long route. Dusty May was really on a rocket ship because of how good he was, how much he was willing to adjust and adapt. You think about 2 years ago, when Dusty was coming from FAU, that was a guard-heavy roster, partly because if you're coaching in a mid-major, you're not really able to recruit a whole lot of size. So once he got to Michigan, he was able to recruit size, and he turned it into a Danny Wolf, Lad Golden combination as a 4-5 pick and roll that took a roster that was not quite where it needed to be to the Sweet 16, to a Big Ten tournament championship. And then they were able to puzzle piece together 3 bigs who assistants joked with me after the national championship that other coaches last summer would say, you guys can't play all 3 of these. What are you talking about? You can't play Yaxel Lindeborg, Adai Mara, and Morez Johnson Jr. on the floor at the same time. And Michigan staff was like, no, we're going to try it. And we feel like our best roster is those guys on the floor as much as possible. So Dusty, with the ability to, I think, focus more on the coaching side, he won't be building the rosters. He won't have to worry about trying to in essence, create a new group every single year. He has the ability to coach more, to learn more, to teach more. I'm very bullish on what he can provide in the NBA. Now, it depends on what Cooper Flagg becomes. If Flagg is a top 5 player in the NBA versus a top 25 player in 2-3 years, that's different. Who do they draft here in the top 10 tomorrow night? There's some other factors that play in, but I have a ton of faith that Dusty May at the NBA level will maximize the players around him and play a style that will be not just successful, but also fun to watch.
Brian, I think that assessment is spot on, mi amigo. Speaking of the NBA, let's dive in on the NBA draft. It commences Tuesday, tomorrow, and Dallas conveniently has a number 9 overall pick. Yes, Cooper Flagg is going to be the roster cornerstone for years to come, but with the Mavs potentially investing Diamara, maybe Axel Lindenborg or Morez Johnson inside the top 10. Could Dusty bring along one of his former players to Big D? Of the trio, if you were to do that, which would make the most sense for the Mavericks in your opinion?
Boy, it's crazy how times can change. I do think it's possible. Obviously, at 9, I would not be surprised if one of them were already off the board. I've said for a little while now, I think if you are looking for instant impact, then you should draft the Axel Lindenborg. If you are drafting for ceiling, I would draft the Diamara. And if you are drafting for floor, I would draft Morez Johnson Jr. Now, doesn't mean I don't think that a Dye has a higher floor because of his defense he does. Doesn't mean I think Morez can't be a really, really good player and have a huge ceiling. But that's kind of the baseline of it. I would say, again, this is no information. This is just me kind of prognosticating here. I would not be surprised if a Diamara is on the board at 9, if that's the play, just because, again, we talk about using size uniquely. When you go to the NBA, every good team has good wings. Every good team has some sort of enforcer. That's what Lindenborg and Johnson provide. But how many guys can defend at the level at 7'3" with the potential shooting upside of a Diamara? I think having Mara and May together in the NBA would provide a really interesting dynamic, a potential high ceiling setup with a guy like Flagg alongside. The question to me, Brad, is I don't know if a Dye will get to 9. I'm that high on what he can potentially be, but no, I don't think you're crazy by thinking there might be a Wolverine national champion player who gets to play with his college coach longer come tomorrow night.
That would certainly be a good fit for them to kind of just hit the ground running if any of those 3 are able and available at number 9. Brian Harbaugh, he's gone at Michigan. May, now he's gone. Do you think that the coaching departures from college to the pros are any indictment on kind of the current state of college athletics and all the headaches with NIL and the portal and all of that stuff?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said. And in some of the reporting, Matt Norlander of CBS has done a great job on this. He and Dusty have been close for a while. And Dusty, in a Norlander report, and said, I don't see myself being at Michigan that much longer because of the grind of it. Now, part of that is what the NBA offers. If the top of basketball ended with college basketball, then of course, these guys would figure it out. The NBA having that ability to climb is helpful. And certainly I know Michigan fans are frustrated, are saddened by it, just like they were with Jim Harbaugh 3 years ago. The fact that they won a championship in both instances definitely helps matters. But I do think this is another example of the fact that, yes, what college sports is right now is unsustainable. And I think more than anything else is just how quick things change. Like the fact that there's this discussion around the five seasons in 5 years rule started coming out in April, kind of out of nowhere in terms of like an official formal way of looking at it. I mean, in pro sports, you have rules committees and other things, and it just seems like there's a lot of randomizing of rules, protocols, conferences in college sports. And yeah, I can understand the stress and the frustration of that. So what the answer is, I'm not really sure. And Michigan's been in a unique spot where they've had two coaches leave after winning national championships. But yeah, I think Dusty has been, in essence quoted as such as saying since leaving here earlier today that, yeah, college sports drained on him. And it's a shame for a guy who isn't even 50 yet. Like, it's one thing when Jay Wright or Roy Williams or some of these coaches who have been doing it for a long time, when they're leaving, okay, they want to get a little head start on retirement. Dusty May turns 50 in December. 50. And he said, I'm done with this college stuff. Like, that's a really tough pill to swallow. And it's not the foremost example, and it's not the only example. But boy, that's a pretty screaming example that a guy who, from all accounts, everything he has done, how he represents the sport is at a really, really high level. And he's telling you at 49 years old, yeah, I'm ready for the NBA. I don't want, I'm ready to move on after winning a national championship. Like, that's yet another pretty tough spot for college athletics.
That should be a very big red flag for college athletics when you have, like you said, a young coach who's ready to kind of flee because of what's going on in the chaos. Last question here for you, Brian. Do you see Michigan maybe expanding the NIL dollars, going to those boosters a little bit more for the basketball program, just to kind of ease the minds of any of those players that might be thinking about hitting the portal?
I mean, I certainly think that will be part of the discussion, what those, protocols and strategies look like. At this point, it's obviously too early to tell, but Dusty said it from the start when he arrived. You need to prove that you can win. And certainly if Mike Boynton Jr. is the interim coach and he won't be, signing a full-time, like, guaranteed head coach contract, and he's just the interim, you've got to prove the concept of winning and success very, very quickly. So, Mike has the personality and I think the people skills to go out and do that. But yeah, this is, the next 2-3 weeks will help define not just the 26-27 Wolverines, but also what chance Mike Boynton has to be a long-term answer as a head coach. Because I think the upper bound of Mike Boynton is a really, really good coach. He obviously, if Michigan were opening this up on April 7th, that Dusty May immediately left, no, Mike Boynton would probably not be at the top of anybody's list. But he is uniquely qualified in this moment, in this spot, and now he's got to go out and get the job done. And it's a tough deal. But for a program whose only other national championship came with an interim coach in 1989, I guess there's precedent here in Ann Arbor that Michigan's interim head coach can get creative and have a lot of success. And Boynton's got the MO, the personality, the basketball knowledge to have a real shot.
He is Brian Bush, voice of Michigan basketball and the co-creator, producer, and host for Go Blue podcast. Brian, appreciate you taking the time. Appreciate all of the insight. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks, Brad. Have a good one.
See you, Brian.
You as well. That's good stuff, Brad. I mean, someone who knows the ins and outs of that program and has been extremely close to it and close to Dusty May. And I liked what he said, that May's the kind of guy that he thinks will transfer really well to the next level. So we'll wait and see what happens. His first big move in the NBA will be tomorrow night with the draft. And we'll see if they take a Michigan Wolverine to join May tomorrow night. On the other side, we're going streaking, Brad. It's time. More to come. BetMGM tonight, Brad Evans, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports. We'll be right back after this.
The outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest. The outcome that's the most fun for me and for you, big basketball fans and big sports fans, is him taking less money to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And LeBron and Curry and Jimmy Butler, who's obviously recovering from an ACL, I mean, just consider what that looks like at the ends of games. And I know that they're all long in the tooth. But, and if you're Golden State in that scenario, and Steve Kerr's coming back, like we know that. I think the Warriors think that they're going to be able to accomplish something this summer. Maybe it's LeBron, maybe it's something else. Their entire goal would be just to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get there healthy. The three guys healthy. And you have three, like, legendary playoff performers. And I understand that Jimmy Butler has not won a championship. Jimmy Butler carried a couple Miami Heat teams to the title, and he was unbelievable on those runs. And the insinuation is not that Jimmy Butler will be that this year at a more advanced age, coming off a big injury. But I mean, at the ends of games, like, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Let's say, I'm making this up. Let's say Jimmy Butler goes to, let's say he goes to Atlanta. I'm making this up, right? And the Hawks play the Knicks in the first round. And the Knicks are up by 1, and Jimmy Butler has the ball with 7 seconds to play. I feel like that shot's going in with Jimmy Butler. And then here's Steph. And then here's potentially LeBron. Now, LeBron's got to be willing to take less money to do it, and I don't know if that's the case, and I won't criticize him if his decision is, I want to make the maximum amount of money. But if he really wants to win a championship, and he's willing to take less money, the Lakers are obviously a great option, but the one that I like the most is Golden State. LeBron and Steph Curry. A decade after their battles with Cleveland versus the Warriors, teaming up in the Bay Area, that would be absolutely electric.
Right move. I think Cameron Boozer is the number 1 pick in this draft. I think he is by far the best player. I think he makes the most impact. He is going to win you games. Cameron Boozer is going to win you games. Darren Peterson is going to get you highlights. Now, I think Peterson could be a great guard, could be absolutely phenomenal. Like, his upside is incredible. But there are so many questions. He averaged 1.5 assists as a guard. The history of Kansas wings, not good. So, to me, Cameron Boozer should absolutely be ahead of Darren Peterson, and I think he should be ahead of A.J. DeBonsa. If you ask me for my board, it would be number 1, Cameron Boozer, number 2, A.J. DeBonsa, number 3, Caleb Wilson, number 4, Darren Peterson.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports, looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season. Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. All you have to do is add any MLB bets to your bet slip. You activate that Odds Boost token and you lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. And Brad, it is time for us to go streaking, which means we are going to be giving out some players that we like to get hits. Maybe these aren't bets because the juice is pretty heavy, but all together at the end, we'll figure out what that number is. And maybe those listening, you want to go to BetMGM and add this to your odds boost. But it is now time to go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
It has happened before where we have been on streaks. Monty is still the streak to beat at 14. Brad, you were off for a little last week? You were off all last week. No, you were here last week. Pat was off last week. I'm getting you guys mixed up.
Yeah, that is correct. I was off on Friday though, Kate. So
that's right.
I take a little siesta, but yeah, I was on a darn right heater all last week in the streaking game, and your boy is hoping to stay in fuego.
I mean, 12 right now is your number.
Yeah,
that is pretty in
that's
fuego.
correct.
Brandon's at 1, not exactly a streak when you are only at 1. Sorry, Brandon, you need at least 2 to go streaking. Monty right now is at 4. I have a streak of 3. Brad, you have the longest streak. We will let you start things off today. Who is going streaking?
I can't believe I am packing some heat with a Pebble, a Colorado Rocky. I'm going to go with Will Castro taking on the Boston Red Sox. They are at Coors Field, one of the greatest ballparks in North America. I used to live in Denver. I used to go to a lot of games, and I would drink a lot of beers because that was the only way you could consume the product on the field. But I do like Will Castro tonight. Guy that's batting .338 against left-handed pitchers, .322 at home, .306 in the month of June. He has gotten a hit, Kate, in 10 of his last 14 games, and he is facing a southpaw pitcher in Jake Bennett of the Bo Sox. Guys giving up a 4.79 ERA, 298 batting average to right-handed hitters. So you put it all together, and I am going to go with Will Castro to get to a lucky number 13.
All right. Streak is on the line here for Brad, getting to 13. One more batter, one more hit closer, I should say. Hit is the word I was looking for. To Monty's 14. Brandon, we will let you go second. Try and build a streak here, Brandon. The point is to sparse these together and try and get to a streak. So sitting at 1 right now. Let's see if we can get to 2.
Kate, I don't know what I did to you, but the strays are insane right now. Like,
it was
you
just
do realize,
too easy.
like,
It was just served up on a platter.
I've had 2 separate streaks of over 7. Like, I mean, I have done this pretty well this year. I'm not,
but
terrible.
not when I've been on the show, so I don't know these things.
Oh wow!
So I gotta go with what I see.
Right.
All right. Well, tonight we are going to go with one Colson Montgomery, one of the hottest White Sox hitters, going up against the Cleveland Guardians and going up against Gavin Williams, who has given up 7 hits over his last 5 innings of work, has given up 40 hits and 47 innings of work this entire season. So I like Gavin Williams to give up a bunch of hits to a White Sox unit that is very, very scrappy. I will take Colson Montgomery since, they're cowards in New York and can't play through a little bit of rain, even though they like to beat up people from the other team.
I like it. Can't go wrong with a White Sox player. Colson Montgomery's been fun to watch this year. Monty, we will let you go next. Try and keep your streak alive.
Thank you. Yes, Brad is really getting close, so he's making me nervous, making me sweat. So today, I got to go with the GOAT. Give me Ohtani to get a hit against Zebby Matthews and the Minnesota Twins. He is by far the highest-rated hitter I have on the board today, with an astronomically high elite matchup against Zebby Matthews on my website, batters-box.com. Check it out for free hitter ratings every single day. I got a plus matchup for Ohtani in all 3 key categories I look at: WOBA, ISO, hard contact. There's less than 5 guys that have a plus matchup, or that have an elite matchup in all those categories tonight. 2 trends I like: over 300 games with an elite rating for Ohtani. He's getting a hit almost 75% of the time. And then Zebby Matthews has faced 80 elite rated hitters with almost 70% of them getting a hit. So love both of those trends. And then I also have free pitch arsenal coverage ratings for hitters against the handedness, the usage the pitcher is throwing. So, for instance, Zebby Matthews, the pitches he's throwing against left-handed hitters. So tonight, Shohei has a 5-star rating in that, hitting well against 86% of Matthews' pitches. So love Ohtani tonight, to say the least.
Not the GOAT.
I mean, yeah, Ohtani.
He is the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. I think most people would agree on that. This guy is not the GOAT, but it's who I'm going with tonight. Bryce Strang of the Milwaukee Brewers. He's going up against Brady Singer and the Cincinnati Reds. And Strang against Singer, hitting 375 in his career against him, and against righties. Right now, he is hitting almost 300. So he's been good this year for Milwaukee. I'm going to back him to try and get a hit and extend my streak to 4. Brad, if we add all these up over at BetMGM, where you can get an odds boost token for MLB bets tonight, it is plus 283. Some nice juicy odds there.
Yeah, and as we always say, Kate, fade or follow, that is up to you. And Shohei Ohtani is most definitely the GOAT. Get the hell out of here, Combsy.
I mean, we could have this argument, but we've only got like 2 minutes. But I'm sorry, he's still not Barry Bonds. He's not there. Look, he's projecting to be the GOAT. He is not the GOAT yet. I'm sorry.
Oh,
what do you need to see in order for him to become the GOAT?
I mean, a syringe in his buttocks?
No, I need to see a guy who look. I get he can do both of these things at a very high level. But if you're telling me as a hitter, you would even take him in the top 10 all-time right now, or as a pitcher, you would take him in the top 10 all-time right now, I think that you're crazy. And I think we still need to see a longer body of work. I mean, we talk about a guy in Barry Bonds who, again, I always go back to it, has a season under his belt with more hits than swings and misses at the baseball. That's an incredible stat. Ridiculous. That's an incredible line.
Ridiculous.
He's still the GOAT, but look, when it's all said and done, maybe Ohtani, but right now it's still Barry Bonds.
All right. I mean, I guess that's a decent argument. He's the
Not really.
active GOAT, right? Can we call him the active GOAT then? Brandon?
Sure.
Yes. Rubber stamp that.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Where is Giannis going to play next year? Is it Boston? Is it Miami? Who knows? We will try and figure that out. Coming up next on the other side, you're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports.
Brady Tkachuk goes from Ottawa to the Florida Panthers. A very, very interesting trade by the Panthers, who missed the playoffs this past year following 3 Stanley Cup finals in a row. Remember, losing to the Vegas Golden Knights, than beating Edmonton in back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So Florida is a very injured team last year, right? We saw Brad Marchand missed a lot of time, Sam Reinhart missed a lot of time, and of course, Matthew Tkachuk missed time, and captain Alexander Barkov missed the entire season. So this move now, Brady Tkachuk coming over to South Florida, would seem to indicate that the Panthers are going to push their chips in to make another Stanley Cup run this year. The fly in the ointment, though, is the fact that the Florida Panthers currently have 0 goaltenders under contract for this coming season. Sergei Bobrovsky, who has been their goalie throughout this incredible run they've been on, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, is a free agent at age 38 and wants a big payday. And now, with Brady Tkachuk in town to go along with Matthew and Barkov and the other studs on the Florida Panthers in terms of their skaters, do they have the money to bring back Sergei Bobrovsky? If I'm the Florida Panthers, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be pulling every lever and pushing every button possible to try and work it out to bring Sergei Bobrovsky back. If FAU loses that game to Memphis, that 8-9 game a couple years ago in the first round, do you think there's any chance in hell Dusty May is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks? That's incredible. Incredible. Unbelievable. Will Dusty May succeed as the coach of the Dallas Mavericks? I have no idea. No idea. But do I think it's a worthy swing of the bat, roll of the dice from new GM Masai Ujiri and the Mavericks? Absolutely. Of course. I really like it. I like it on paper. I don't know if it'll work. Also, how good are the Mavericks going to be next season? We'll see what they do. Matt Moore was just on with us for a half an hour. Appreciate Matt's time. Maybe they'll try and trade back, acquire more assets. But, they have one of the best young players in the league in Cooper Flagg. Now, again, I'm not going to say Dallas is going to be great next year, especially in a brutal Western Conference. But you see the vision for the Mavericks hiring Dusty May. And congratulations to him. 4 years ago, FAU went 19-15. Final Four, Michigan, national champion, NBA. The glow-up of all glow-ups for Dusty May.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Where will Giannis Antetokounmpo be playing next season? That's the question we are all waiting to have answered for us. Is it going to be Miami, go down to South Beach, party with the boys there, or over in Boston and team up with Jason Tatum? Brad Evans, K. Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. Brad, Shams said that a deal will be done with either of those two teams, the Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics, prior to Tuesday's draft. And we are getting increasingly closer to the draft, about 24 hours away, which means The Bucks have 24 hours to decide what trade package they want to accept in return for top 5 player in the league, their superstar, the cornerstone of their franchise, the player that brought them an NBA title, a 2-time MVP. Where do you think Giannis is going? Boston, Miami, staying put? All sorts of options.
Yeah, look, I think he has played his last tick on the clock there in Milwaukee. I think he is going to exit stage left. Now, it's down to 2 teams. I don't think there's going to be third wild card team, behind door number 3, and all of a sudden, it's the San Antonio Spurs. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder. No, it's going to be nothing along that line. I think it's either going to be Boston or the Miami Heat, and it's going to be all she wrote. Now, it's all about what Milwaukee gets in return. Are they going to get players? Or are they just going to get future draft considerations? How many first-round picks is going to take to really back up the truck to secure the services of one of the current greats of the game? These are all open-ended questions right now. Shams has been all over this story. You and I worked with Shams during our days at Stadium. Know Shams well, great dude. I knew him way back in the day when he was at Yahoo Sports. So, I've crossed a couple of paths with him over my career. And he was on Get Up on ESPN this morning. And let me give you exactly what he said when asked about Giannis. He says, quote, "I want to make this clear. Whichever deal occurs is going to be a 1-for-1 deal. It's going to consist of Milwaukee and one of these 2 teams. There's no third and 4 teams. Giannis, on my understanding, is ready to be traded," end quote. So he's really, kind of spinning it as it's just going to be Giannis to one of these teams. There was wild speculation it was going to be a 3 or 4 team trade. That seems like that option is now gone the way of the dodo. And again, it's all going to come down to draft capital considerations. What other players in return are going to be swapped? We're hearing Jaylen Brown's name. Maybe he's played his last minutes for the Boston Celtics. Could be heading to the Bucks. That could be a potential candidate. But I think Giannis to Boston, Kate, seems to me, if I were to handicap this, and I have no insights, I have no inside information at all. This is just gut feeling off the top of my head. If I were to set a line of Giannis or Miami, and then Miami is probably like 2-1 right now to land his services, and it's probably close to like -150 for Giannis to head to Beantown. Pair up with Tatum, pair up with an awesome and deep overall roster. Even if Brown comes back to Milwaukee, you got to consider Boston as one of the front runners to win not only the East, but possibly the NBA title next year. I think they were entering the day 7-1, 8-1 at our friends there at BetMGM to win the title. If they were to land Giannis, even if they dealt Brown, you're probably shaving $2 to $3 off that price. It could be 5-1, 4-1 when the sun comes up the next morning. But a lot of moving parts. Nothing is a done deal yet. But it seems, again, operative word here, seems like an inevitability. Giannis will be dealt, according to Shams, within the next about 24 to 36 hours. So I would anticipate, we wake up and it may even happen tonight, but maybe first thing tomorrow morning before the NBA draft really gets going, that Giannis will have a different zip code attached to his name.
And according to Giannis's camp, he's good going to either of those destinations. Those are kind of the only 2 that he said he would be willing to sign a long-term contract at. So it is, Miami or Boston. Let's go to the phones and see what some callers think. We do have a caller on line 1. It is Paul in Rhode Island. Paul wants to weigh in both on Dusty May and Giannis. So Paul, you pick the avenue, Dusty May or Giannis first.
Well, Dusty May, I'm okay with it. And I'm going to disturb your show right now, right here. I'm a national caller. I really don't want the guy here for 2 reasons. I'd rather have LeBron James and his son in the first quarter and the fourth quarter, 1-year contract. And I'm just going to say that I don't want to break up the Jays. Are you okay with that? The guy wants to win. LeBron James wants to win. He's not going to win in the West Coast. And he's got business in Boston, by the way. Thank you.
Oh,
that is
okay.
Paul from Rhode Island. Appreciate it, Paul. I mean, is that okay? Yeah, that's okay with me if that's your opinion. Entitled to whatever. I would argue that Giannis probably gives you a better chance of winning than LeBron does at this point in LeBron's career. And yeah, maybe you only get him for 1 year. That's probably all he has left. But I mean, I don't even think it's close when you pair or go side by side between what you can get Giannis essentially in his prime, maybe, a year or so, starting to get on the older end of things, but still much younger and much more spry, I should say, than LeBron James. So love that you called in. Appreciate you calling. But I'm gonna have to push back and say I would take LeBron. I'm sorry, I would take Giannis, Brad, over LeBron if I'm the Boston Celtics and I'm looking to win a championship next season.
Look, I'm 48 years young. LeBron James is 44 years old. There is no way in hell LeBron James would ever come to Boston and be a difference maker at this point in his career. Not going to happen. And you're talking about Bronny also coming along with him. I mean, come on, Bronny is a throw-in. He shouldn't even be on an NBA roster, in my opinion. He was a very subpar player at the collegiate level. And a guy that, has developed his game somewhat, but he is not a high caliber player. He's not an impact player by any stretch of the imagination. Come on, Paul, be reasonable. If Giannis goes to Boston, you're going to embrace him. You're going to love him because he is going to be quite the pairing with Jason Tatum. And again, you got a deep overall roster, even without the services of Jaylen Brown. So you might want to have some second thoughts, mi amigo.
Yeah, that's a take right there, Paul. The whole Bronny, Bronny's just going on vacation with his dad, essentially, if LeBron goes anywhere. Yeah. Bronny's tagging along because that's kind of the deal with LeBron and Bronny in the NBA. But the Jaylen Brown situation in Boston, they've said that they're willing to deal him. And Brad, I mean, the relationship between the Celtics and Jaylen Brown feels like it's been deteriorating just a little bit over the last year. I mean, basically the season ended this year and Jaylen Brown goes on his podcast, his stream, whatever, he's, I guess, a gamer. That's not my world. So I don't know, whatever platform Jaylen Brown was on, saying that he was enjoyed this season better than any other season, which is somewhat of a direct shot to Jason Tatum because Tatum was gone for the majority of the season. He was hurt. He was trying to come back from that Achilles. And I mean, Jaylen Brown had a heck of a year, but that shows me that he wants to be that true number one. And I don't think he'll ever be that because of Jason Tatum in Boston. Even if you call him 1A, 1B, Tatum is always that 1A and Brown's always going to be the 1B. Had, career output in terms of scoring. So, maybe Jaylen Brown would be okay going somewhere else. And whether or not that final destination is Milwaukee or not, if the Bucks, deal him even further, I don't know if Jaylen Brown would necessarily hate that. But I think in order to get Giannis, you have to throw in Jaylen Brown. There's no other option. I mean, unless you throw Tatum, but that's not happening. There's no other way that Giannis goes to the Celtics if it's not for Jaylen Brown being in that trade package.
Yeah, unless there's, draft picks of the first round variety in a perpetuity. It's just a steady stream, a conveyor belt of draft picks that are going to come down the chute, then maybe that could entice them. So you mortgage your entire future. You go like Mike Ditka, Ricky Williams, New Orleans Saints, old school, and give up everything for the next 100 years if necessary to get Giannis. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think Jaylen Brown will be included in the deal as you laid out. I think he will embrace a move to the Milwaukee Bucks. So the Bucks going to be lousy? Yes. Are they going to be the dregs of the keg? Yeah, surefire to say the least, but he's the one to grab a solo cup. And no matter how foamy that keg is going to be, he will drink from it and probably post stupid numbers because his usage will be through the roof if he goes to a franchise like the Milwaukee Bucks. So again, we got to wait and see how all of this plays out. But if you're Giannis's camp, I don't give a damn how big the contract may be. Maybe Boston pays you a little bit less. Maybe Miami pays you a little bit more. It's all about Larry O'Brien's. It's all about the rings, right? And if he wants to win a title, another title, eminently, at this point in his career, knowing he's got maybe, 3 to 5 exceptional seasons left, maybe fewer than that, you got to go to Boston and team up with Tatum and team up with their excellent depth and that roster overall, you're not going to win titles on South Beach with the Miami Heat. Now, I could be terribly wrong about that, but I think ultimately it's all about championships. It's all about legacy. It's all about young people pulling up the Wikipedia page. Oh, Giannis, he won 3 titles. He was a badass. That's what you want more than anything else than going to Miami and putting up stupid numbers, but only having 1 ring, 1 trophy to your name. And likely it wouldn't be with Miami, of course, because you want to win Milwaukee.
Well, yeah, here's the question. Do you have a greater chance of winning a title with Bam Adebayo or Jason Tatum? And the supporting cast for the Heat after that, just a hypothetical trade between Milwaukee and the Heat, you lose Tyler Hero, who's arguably your second best player on that team. You lose Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez most likely, and then future draft picks that, especially in this draft, number 13, where you might be able to have, gather another great player. So all of a sudden the roster construction and the talent on the roster in Miami is deteriorating. And it's basically Giannis and Bam trying to win a title versus you go to Boston and you are with Jason Tatum, you're with Derek White, you are with Peyton Pritchard's Mike could be thrown into that deal. I've actually heard that kind of floating around, but you're with the roster that, I think is far more talented and has a greater chance of winning a title than what you would have in South Beach with the Miami Heat. So, and especially Brad with seeing Jalen Brunson after, he gave up went $100 million in order for that roster to be better and win a title. And it's come back to him tenfold after winning Larry O'Brien this year. So do other players start to consider that? Do they take, a small pay cut in order to hopefully be hoisting that trophy? I don't know if that's something Giannis would ever do. But his chances of winning a title far better in Boston than they would be in Miami.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think you make an excellent point there. It's that is going to be a very welcoming view of things from a lot of players in free agency where they may take that pay cut, proven players that are valuable glue guys. And they're like, I'm going to go and win a title with Giannis and Tatum and Pritchard if he is still part of that team, and Derek White and what they have. I know that I'm a good fit. I know what I can bring to the table. And I'm going to, take $2 to $3 million in a discount to collect that ring and get that opportunity. So I think it's going to be a strong selling point for the Boston organization. And I know they're picking number 27 in this year's NBA draft. Again, going down to the Barclays Center tomorrow night. I've seen them mock Jaden Quaintance as a potential player they could be looking at. Maybe a Koa Pete out of Arizona, guy that could play multiple positions, whether at the 3 or the 4. Quaintance more of a big, but a versatile big. Didn't really see a whole lot of minutes during his days with the Kentucky Wildcats, but certainly a very talented guy. So, look, there's a very deep and talented draft class, so they can get another key cog, another valuable piece to add to that roster to pair with Giannis and Tatum, and they could play a valuable role in, propelling, potentially accelerating the Boston Celtics to a title. So, look, I think the New York Knicks, their days of dominance, I know it's only 1 year. I know the glory and the highness of what was achieved in that 50th year drought is still very fresh in a lot of people's minds, but their days could be numbered as Boston and New York, and that rivalry is potentially really going to heat up and get ultra spicy if Giannis were to enter the picture. So again, a lot to play out, but it is muy interesante to say the least, the different avenues that Giannis could travel down here in the next 24 or 36 hours.
Do you think there's any way that, let's say the deal goes down with the Celtics and Jaylen Brown does go to Milwaukee. Do the Bucks then flip Jaylen Brown? Because that's a luxury that they get from the Celtics package that you don't get from the Miami package, because the Miami doesn't provide you another cornerstone player that you can then move for future first round picks. Like Tyler Hero's not going for the same amount that Jaylen Brown is going for at all. So is his final destination in Milwaukee, or do you see him moving on from there and Milwaukee getting some more picks back for him.
Yeah, I think that is a distinct possibility. Is that a high probability? Probably not. I'd probably give it like a 35% chance that Jaylen Brown would get shipped somewhere else at a collection of picks that then come in. The Bucks may ultimately hold on to him, and maybe he's going to be a key piece they want to build this franchise around. I mean, they got the 10th overall pick in tomorrow night's draft, and a lot of mocks have him going Braden Burries. Sharpshooter out of the University of Arizona. That would be a mighty fine compliment to Brown, who can do a little bit of everything. So they may want to build around him, not necessarily spin him off to somebody else to just stockpile picks. I could be wrong, but if I'm the front office of Milwaukee Bucks, you get a quality player like that in return, knowing the draft capital that you have this year, I would just hold on to Brown, retain him for a year. He's got to have high usage. Chances are, if he stays healthy, he's got to put up video game-like numbers. There's always going to be an opportunity to spin him off down the road, but, maybe you could resurrect. Maybe you could rebuild much faster having Brown on the roster, again, knowing the draft capital you have tomorrow night if you push the right button and make the right selection. So, to be determined, but again, 35% chance I feel Brown gets spun off to somewhere else.
Brown, 28.7, almost 29 points per game last year. That was a career high, and that was as the number one with Jason Tatum on the sidelines for the majority of that season. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressive.com. With this deal potentially going down, how does it affect draft day? The NBA draft is tomorrow night. Who is going where? Number one, number two, we'll find out tomorrow night, but we will discuss it and share our thoughts on the other side. Brad Evans, Kate Constable, this is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
If the Celtics do trade for Giannis, Celtics-Knicks next year in the Eastern Conference Final. And we have seemingly all collectively decided, even prior to the epic 7-game series that they played this year, that the Western Conference Final for the next however many years is going to be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And we'll get into Oklahoma City's trade of Aaron Wiggins to the Hawks coming up in a little bit. So if the Celtics get Giannis, I think we are going to know, or have a good idea at least, as to what next year's conference final is going to be. It's like 11 months from now. I think we already know. 11 months in advance. Eastern Conference Final, Celtics-Knicks. Western Conference Final, Spurs and Thunder. And just on the Eastern Conference, if the Celtics are able to get Giannis, and we'll talk more about Jaylen Brown on the other side, but just on the Eastern Conference, why I feel so confident in that result if the Celtics are able to pull this off. Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back for the Indiana Pacers, obviously, right? And the tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Thunder was brutal for Tyrese Halliburton and brutal for the Pacers. I really like what the Pacers did, trading for Zubats, getting their center to replace Miles Turner this past season. But not getting the 5th pick in the draft was such a blow to this team, such a blow to the Pacers. And maybe they'll just be able to exceed expectations again and really compete with the Knicks and Boston after what they did last season. It really shouldn't surprise anyone if they're able to do that. But I think it's fair to say, put the Knicks and the Celtics a cut above the Pacers, at least for right now. There's Detroit and there's Cleveland. Do you trust the Pistons right now? Detroit's got a big decision to make on Jalen Duren, and they're probably going to pay him. And Duren was an all-NBA caliber big man this year in the regular season, and then wilted like a plant in the sun with no water in the postseason. That fill you with confidence? Do the Cleveland Cavaliers, as currently constructed, fill you with confidence? Do they? got annihilated by the Knicks and then were in denial about it after getting swept. James Harden, we're the better team. Kenny Atkinson, analytically, we're actually up in the series. Or you got swept by the eventual NBA champions. Does that fill you with confidence? The Cleveland Cavaliers? I really like what Atlanta did this weekend. Signed C.J. McCollum to an extension. McCollum was obviously the closer for this team in the play. Hit a couple shots to beat the Knicks twice. 2 of New York's 3 losses in the playoffs. C.J. McCollum and the Hawks. And then they trade for Aaron Wiggins because the Thunder can't afford to pay all these guys and need to shed some salary. It's a great move by Atlanta. And I love Jalen Johnson. And I like some of these pieces on the Hawks. Alexander Walker, Dyson Daniels, etc. But I mean, really? Atlanta is going to be on the same level as Boston? As the Knicks? If the Celtics get Giannis? I think there's a good chance we are going to know by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday night, June 23rd, the 4 finalists next year in the NBA. My Knicks, Giannis and the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Men's College World Series final is underway. We're in the bottom of the first. Oklahoma and North Carolina. Oklahoma took game 1. Tar Heels took game 2 last night. And winner takes all tonight. 0-0 game so far. We'll keep you updated on that score as the show goes on. But we're talking a lot of basketball, both college and NBA. Dusty May, he's on his way to the NBA. He'll be the new head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, leaving Michigan. And Giannis Antetokounmpo, where is he going to be? That's another massive topic right now. So we want to hear from you. Chime in. Hit us up on the text or call line, 310-840-4910. Give us your take. Is Dusty May going to be a successful head coach? And where's Giannis going to be playing next season? Those are the questions we want you to help us answer. Brad, now is your time to shine because we're going to talk a little NBA draft. And you are the college basketball guru. You know these players and their game inside and out. And so let's start with, kind of the what's going to come in Dallas with Dusty May and what they might do in this draft, because you hire a new head coach about 24 hours before the NBA draft. And you have to imagine that it's been talked about between the front office for Dallas and May of what they might want to do, unless, May doesn't just is along for the ride and the front office already knows who they're going to be taking with their pick. Like, where do you see the Mavs at 9 overall? What do you see them going with this year?
Yeah, according to NBA DraftNet and their consensus mock, entering the day, Kingston Flemings was that guy. Now, we'll see if Kingston Flemings, a very talented point guard out of Houston, is even still going to be on the board. I mean, it's a very deep, extraordinarily talented point guard class. And, that is an area of need for the Dallas Mavericks. But now with Dusty May at the controls, with him in command and him making decisions and a plethora of very talented Michigan guys at his disposal, if he is still available at number 9, maybe he won't be. We have Brian Bush, the voice of Michigan basketball, on earlier, and I agreed with him on this point, but he, stressed this guy may not be on the board, but if he were to fall to number 9 overall, Adai Mara is a foregone conclusion. 7'3", a guy is a premier shot blocker, averaged 2.6 block shots per game in the championship season for the University of Michigan, average over 12 points per game. Obviously, at 7'3", he's a supreme rim protector. What really impressed me, about his game is overall evolution as a player. I watched him, coming off the bench for Mick Cronin at UCLA. Kind of underutilized, not really develop his skills there, makes a transition to Michigan and just flourishes. The passing skills were off the charts. Extraordinary court vision, a guy that can see the guards sprinting down the floor and deliver a perfect across the full court kind of pass and, kiss it off the glass for an easy assist, an easy bucket. He has a capability. He was trying to add later in the season some modest success, an outside jumper. He was 3 of 10 from distance on the year, and be like, 30%, only 10 3-point shots. Get out of here. He's never going to be an effective outside shooter at the NBA level. I disagree with that. I think the Spaniard's got a lot of upside. He'll have to work on that part of his game, but he may be able to develop more of a mid-range game, which you saw that part of his game really come along this year. He'll be just more than a rim protector and a rim dunker, rim rocker, if you will. I think Adai Mara is exactly what the Mavs need. They don't have a lot of front court depth, and you need a rim protector, knowing that if you want to compete, if this team can really galvanize and come together around Cooper Flagg and maybe Mara and some of the other key pieces they have, Kyrie, whoever may be still around, and you're going to make the playoffs and you're going to try to compete for the Western Conference Championship, you're probably going to have a path through San Antonio. And there's a certain guy, a lot of people heard his name is, that's right, Victor Wembanyama. And you have to have rim protection front and center on your NBA roster. Have any thought of competing in the NBA postseason, knowing the Spurs could be a major hurdle, a major obstacle in your path? So put all together, Dusty May, the need, not only in the front court, but the need to compete against Wembanyama. To me, it's a foregone conclusion. Assuming he's on the board, Adai Mara goes to the Dallas Mavericks at number 9 overall. And yes, you can bet on that right now, to friends at BetMGM at a cool plus 650. You know what that means, Kate? We're getting seduced by that juice, baby.
Love getting seduced by the juice. It's been a long time, Brad, since I've been seduced by the juice with you. So yes. That is a juicy plus. You said plus 600?
650, even better.
650. Woo! And you get the May and Mara connection, the Michigan. The continuity there, just understanding, like, Dusty May knows his game inside and out and understands how to utilize him, especially when you have a Derek Lively, a PJ Washington, players in the front court. Like, he'll know how to work Mara right in there. The other name that's been kind of mocked to Dallas is Braden Burries. Am I saying that right? Braden Burries? Braden Burries.
Yeah, Burries.
Yes, from Arizona. So that's a completely different avenue and direction that the Mavs could be going shooting guard wise. I mean, clearly your choice right there would be Mara. But if they go with the guard, like, there are some pretty solid guards in this class. Is Burries one of the top ones in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, the guy is an absolute marksman. He can, throw a beach ball through the cylinder from a great distance away. There's no problem whatsoever about that. A guy that shot 39.1% from way downtown at Tucson this season, average over 16 points per game. He's a classy shooting guard. He's not going to be a high distributor. He's not going to have the ball in his hands very often in terms of shot creation, but he is a guy that's willing to get his nose dirty down at the post. He'll be able to drive, kiss off the glass, and finish quite often. Get the charity stripe, knock down those freebies, shot over 80% from the free throw line this season. But again, his calling card is that exceptional outside stroke. So, you're wanting somebody that's going to be a compliment for Kyrie Irving, who's going to be able to run the offense, but you want a sopping wet bucket getter. Braden Burries is that guy. He should be, in the conversation. I mentioned it before. A lot of mocks have him maybe going to the Milwaukee Bucks at number 10 overall, but he is a player that no doubt the Dallas Mavericks are going to debate at number 9. However, if they were to go that route, honestly, they may go with another Michigan guy, Axel Lindenborg, a guy that could do a little bit of everything, a little bit bigger size than Braden Burries. Maybe not as a prolific and as an accurate of an outside shooter, but well above average. I mean, he shot around 36% from distance on the season. Bigger body guy, 6'9", 240 pounds, willing rebounder, outside defender, tough as nails, as you saw in the Final Four of the national title game, got through an injury. The guy can play. I don't think he has really a whole lot of weakness, if any weaknesses to his game overall. So that could be another former Michigan Wolverine that Dallas does debate at number 9 overall if Adai Mara is not available at that point. So Burries, Mara, Lindenborg, maybe Kingston Flemings, I think they're all going to be in the equation for this team, and that is a luxury of having a top 10 overall pick and arguably the deepest and most talented draft class we have seen this century.
Okay, how about a top 5 pick? The Clippers. They pick at 5, and it has been said leading up to this draft that the draft really starts at 5 because the consensus is a lot of people feel like they know 1 through 4 who those players are going to be. So starting at 5, you have potentially Darius Acuff available, potentially Mikhail Brown, Keaton Wagler, Brad, a guy that's in your backyard playing for Illinois and someone who has shot up the boards with Keaton Wagler. Is he I don't want to say surefire thing because there's also rumors that the Clippers could be, shopping the number 5 pick.
Yeah.
But he's someone who has shot up boards and impressed front offices, maybe more so than any other player in this draft.
Yeah, Keaton Wagler is a stud. I watched his development from the beginning of the year all the way to the end, and it was night and day. There were a number of players on that team at Illinois over the summer that were saying Keaton Wagler was potentially going to be a lottery pick. And I'm like, God, these guys are drunk. What are they talking about? This kid wasn't even a top 150 recruit. He's got a lot of potential. He's got a lot of upside. But, most of us in Champaign believed he was going to be, minimum probably a 3-year player. Then he explodes on the scene. And really the tipping point moment that grabbed everyone's attention was dropping the 46 inside Mackey against the Purdue Boilermakers. And that really opened up a lot of eyes. Everybody then jumped on the bandwagon with both cheeks firmly planted, and he continued the gravy train of the statistical goodness. And you see the subtleties that he has to his game. A guy that gets downhill, it doesn't, have the greatest first step. He is not the most athletic dude, didn't record a single dunk at Illinois, but he had a pretty impressive vertical leap in the NBA Combine. He's more athletic than a lot of people are giving him credit for. But again, it's the subtleness to his game in the interior where, he just is smooth. Cue Sade in the background. He is definitely a smooth operator type and a guy that can get to the rim, draw a lot of contact, finish at the rim consistently. There were comps, not mine. I know I went to the ILL. I know a lot of our listeners here, my very obnoxious and annoying ILL all the time here on the program. But I didn't make this comparison. A lot of NBA scouts and others have. They feel that he's got Steph Curry-like productivity potential from outside. Now, I think that's an exaggeration. I think he's going to be a very good three-point shooter in his prime. He shot 39.7% his freshman year for the Illinois Fighting Illini, averaging nearly 18 points per game, 5.1 rebounds per game, 4.2 assists per game. And he's got the size, at 6'5". He's very comfortable with the ball in his hands, so he can play the one. He can also slide over and play the traditional 2, the shooting guard position. So that kind of versatility, I think, favors the LA Clippers. And him going there to LAC is 2-1 odds right now on BetMGM. I feel pretty good that he is going to land at number 5 overall tomorrow night. Now, it's just a matter of, will it be with the Clippers or somebody trading up, really buying hook, line, and sinker into the potential of Keaton Vogler?
Yeah, I read an awesome article about him today. I want to say it was from The Athletic. I wish I could give a tribute to who that was, but I think it was The Athletic. And just that last year, even going into his first year at Illinois, I mean, he had in the back of his mind, like, maybe there's an opportunity for me in the NBA, but he put that all kind of on the backboard and literally just focused on the season ahead of him and whether or not he was going to go after his freshman year, or maybe it was going to be, his sophomore year. Like, that was not a concern of him at all. He wanted to just be able to relax, play free, and improve his game. And I mean, I think he checked all those boxes right there. And so people are seeing, these scouts, these front office personnel are seeing what he was able to do last year and the growth that he had from, game 1 to the end of the season. And that's something that's very attractive going forward. So of all players, he's someone who has really kind of grown on a lot of teams and has gone up in the climbed the draft boards over the last couple of months. So we'll keep an eye on where he goes. Like Brad said, he is 2-1 over at BetMGM to go number 5. Darius Acuff, who Coach Calipari has said is the best point guard that he has ever coached, which he's coached a lot of pretty good point guards, Brad. He's climbing the ladder at plus 375. So some decent bets to get in on over at BetMGM for the NBA draft, which is taking place tomorrow night. Brad and I are going to play a little game called Pick a Prospect. On the other side, we'll throw out a team and pick, one of the prospects. That's what the game is called. That's how it works. And tell you who we like to go to that certain situation. That's all coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Kate Constable.
The outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest. The outcome that's the most fun for me and for you, big basketball fans and big sports fans, is him taking less money to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And LeBron and Curry and Jimmy Butler, who's obviously recovering from an ACL. I mean, just consider what that looks like at the ends of games. And I know that they're all long in the tooth. But, and if you're Golden State in that scenario, and Steve Kerr is coming back, like we know that. I think the Warriors think that they're going to be able to accomplish something this summer. Maybe it's LeBron, maybe it's something else. Their entire goal would be just to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get there healthy. The 3 guys healthy. And you have 3, legendary playoff performers. And I understand that Jimmy Butler has not won a championship. Jimmy Butler carried a couple Miami Heat teams to the title, and he was unbelievable on those runs. And the insinuation is not that Jimmy Butler will be that this year at a more advanced age, coming off a big injury. But I mean, at the ends of games, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Let's say, I'm making this up. Let's say Jimmy Butler goes to, let's say he goes to Atlanta. I'm making this up, right? And the Hawks play the Knicks in the first round. And the Knicks are up by 1, and Jimmy Butler has the ball with 7 seconds to play. I feel like that shot's going in with Jimmy Butler. And then here's Steph. And then here's potentially LeBron. Now, LeBron's got to be willing to take less money to do it. And I don't know if that's the case. And I won't criticize him if his decision is, I want to make the maximum amount of money. But if he really wants to win a championship and he's willing to take less money, the Lakers are obviously a great option. But the one that I like the most is Golden State. LeBron and Steph Curry. A decade after their battles with Cleveland versus the Warriors, teaming up in the Bay Area, that would be absolutely electric.
Right move. I think Cameron Boozer is the number one pick in this draft. I think he is by far the best player. I think he makes the most impact. He is going to win you games. Cameron Boozer is going to win you games. Darren Peterson is going to get you highlights. Now, I think Peterson could be a great guard, could be absolutely phenomenal. Like, his upside is incredible. But there are so many questions. He averaged 1.5 assists as a guard. The history of Kansas wings, not good. So to me, Cameron Boozer should absolutely be ahead of Darren Peterson, and I think he should be ahead of A.J. Debonsa. If you ask me for my board, it would be number 1, Cameron Boozer, number 2, A.J. Debonsa, number 3, Caleb Wilson, number 4, Darren Peterson.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
That's right. BetMGM Tonight is back. Brad Evans, Kate Constable here with you. Oklahoma up 2-0 on North Carolina. Kind of watching the game out of the corner of my eye here, Brad. I think there was some sort of error, a wild throw to home, and 2 runs scored for Oklahoma. Don't quote me on that, though. We are, though, locked into the NBA draft and what's going on with that. The draft happening tomorrow night. And so we're going to play a little game here, Brad. Pick a prospect. We've got 3 teams on the board. The Chicago Bulls, who are picking at number 4. The Milwaukee Bucks picking at number 10. And the Miami Heat at 13. Let's go ahead and pick a prospect. Starting off with the Chicago Bulls. Who do you think they should go with at the number 4 spot?
Yeah, there is indeed a point guard in the front court. There's a number of guys that are, I think, going to be part of the discussion. We got 3 players listed: Darius Acuff, Caleb Williams out of North Carolina, and Keaton Vogler out of the ILL. Obviously, I would love Vogler to be in the Windy City. It would be a 2.5-hour drive for me from Casa Evans and Champaign to watch my guy, but the most sensible selection is Caleb Wilson in my mind. I think Wilson's going to be a multi-time All-Star. That's the kind of skill set he possesses. He saw some of that tendency while in Chapel Hill before the injury. Had him exit stage left for the rest of the season. But in 24 games, he shot 61% inside the arc. He was only 7 of 27 from outside. So that is an area you'll have to work on, that outside jump shot. But I think in his prime, he'll be knocking down consistent threes. plus offensive rebounder, plus defensive rebounder, just a plus rebounder across the board. Average 19.8 points per game, 9.4 rebounds per game, 2.7 assists per game, 1.5 steals per game, 1.4 blocks per game. Excellent defender at 6'10", 215 pounds. Again, checks a box, fills an area of need. Bulls can build around him. He will be a king of consistency for years to come. I wouldn't be at all shocked if he's in the Rookie of the Year conversation if he lands with Chicago at number 4, and I feel that is a foregone conclusion. So, Kate, give me Caleb Wilson to doubles.
Yep, I'm in agreement right there with you, Brad. He would be my pick as well. I've heard a lot of comparisons to like a Pascal Siakam. A little bit, like a lot of talent. He's also bouncy. He can move. Great addition to the front court for Chicago. And I mean, the back court for the Bulls right now. Yeah, your other ILL player, Ayo Dosunmu, is gone. So a little bit thinner than it was at one point during the season. But you still have Josh Giddey, you have Trey Jones, Isaac Okoro, who was new last year. So you really do need someone in that front court alongside Matas Buzelis that maybe could take over a little bit responsibility for Jalen Smith. So Caleb Wilson, likely that guy at number 4 for Chicago. All right, Brad, number 10, the Milwaukee Bucks. And let's go ahead and assume this is the replacement for Giannis, because let's be real, Giannis is gone. Shams has told us he's going to be traded before tomorrow night. So at number 10, the replacement for Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, you got Nate Ament. You got the Mexican Kareem Lopez, who's a very intriguing prospect. And you've got Kingston Flemings. Now, I mean, obviously, a lot of people saying, okay, you got to find the heir apparent to Giannis. Again, assuming he's out. But honestly, if Kingston Flemings is there at 10, that's a steal of the deal. That's too good of an opportunity to pass up. That would be my selection. You want to build around that guard play. Flemings is a beast and tough as nails. Why? Because he played at Houston. And, obviously players that come out of that program, you have to be tough. You have to be a supreme rebounder. You got to be an exceptional defender. And he's a guy that can obviously distribute the rock as well. 6'4", 190 pounds on 37 games this year, 16.1 points per game, 5.2 rebounds per game, over 4 assists per game, 1.5 steals per game. Shot nearly 40% from way downtown. So you put all together, good guys usually and very productive players come out of that program. I look at Jamal Shed, and, there's a number of others that have taken that course. Kingston Flemings could be the best of the bunch. The ceiling is so enormously high. So in my estimation, that should be the selection for the Bucks, even though they would have this glaring area of need, this massive void left by Giannis. But draft Flemings and thank me later.
All right, I'm going to go a different direction, Brad. I'm going to go with the combo forward, Nate Ament from Tennessee. And I think he kind of, let's be real. He's not a miniature Giannis by any means, but has some of those qualities. He can get to the rim. He can shoot outside, a little bit of that. Plus, you also have this connection with owner Jimmy Haslam and Tennessee and his family, a major booster for the university. So you wonder if maybe he wants to, dabble with the Vols a little bit and bring in Nate Ament. I'm going to go with him as the combo forward. He was, highly recruited out of high school, top 5 player. And I don't think his year at Tennessee was anything spectacular, Brad. He was a good, solid player, but I think he has a lot of upside. Yeah. And as he develops, as he, gets bigger, gets stronger, he's going to be someone that certainly does make an impact at the NBA level. So I will go with Nate Ament at number 10 for the Milwaukee Bucks. All right, last one here. Let's go to the Miami Heat. And I guess I'll let you just decide how you want to play this one with the Heat at 13. Do you want to assume? Well, I guess if Giannis is there, they don't have this pick. So Giannis is not going to be on the Miami Heat, because that 13 would be going to Milwaukee if Giannis was there. So no Giannis, no trade with Milwaukee. Miami's picking 13. Who do you like?
Yeah, again, assuming they stick with this pick, if Milwaukee does take it, all bets are off. Obviously, they go a number of different directions, and I'm probably going to go with the best player on the board. But assuming it is the Miami Heat, your options are Morez Johnson, the former Illinois player, and of course, just won national title 4 years in Michigan. How about his teammate, Adai Mara? If he somehow slips at 13, will Miami invest in him, or maybe go with another Michigan standout? In Michigan, Yaxel Linneborg. If he is still there, possibility he could go the Warriors at 11, possibility go the Oklahoma City Thunder, assuming both those teams stand pat at their positions at number 12. Honestly, I think Morrow's going to be gone. I think it's going to come down to Morez Johnson and Linneborg at this point. And if Yaxel is there, he is the pick. Yaxel's going to take it to the Maxwell. Wherever he lands, I think that guy is going to greatly exceed his draft valuation. I think he's a guy that in a normal NBA draft, one that's not nearly as loaded as this year's, he'd be in the conversation for top 5 overall. 6'9", 240 pounds, very versatile skill set, dynamic player on both ends of the floor. He's got some quick hands, can slap that leather way consistently from the opposition, so he's a plus defender. He's a plus 3-point shooter, a guy that gets down and throws the elbows and grabs those rebounds, can score the post. There really are no weaknesses to Yaxel's game. I understand the size, a little bit of a tweener at 6'9", but again, a wide-bodied guy and just ultra versatile. So you got to love that. And he would be an instant plug and play with the Miami Heat if he were still on the board and available. So out of the Michigan Fab 3 here, Kate, I'm going to go with the Yaxel Linneborg to the Miami Heat.
Yeah, Linneborg, 2026 Big Ten Player of the Year, consensus first team All-American. He fought through that injury in the tournament in the Final Four, put up some massive numbers. Only player in the last 40 years of college basketball to average 15-5, 3-1-1. For the national champions. Brad, I'm going to go ahead and say Mara and Linneborg are both off the board at number 13 already, which means Morez Johnson has to be the pick to go to the Miami Heat. I think those two other ones, and that's not to say Johnson is not just as talented or can't have as good of an NBA career, but I just think that both of those, the other two Michigan men, go earlier on in the draft. And so you're sitting at number 13 if you're Miami, and I think you take Morez Johnson. He can defend, two-way rebounder, very versatile. He can guard the ball. He can be, defend multiple ball screens, things like that. He can switch inside and out. So you get a really strong defender, but then you also get someone who has like an NBA-ready body and can really, handle the physicality of the NBA very early on as a rookie. So I'm going to go with Johnson because hypothetically in my mind, the other two, Linneborg and Mara, are already off the board, Brad. And we did hear Brian Bush, who's the voice of the Michigan Wolverines, say Adai Mara may be gone at number 9 to the Dallas Mavericks. So in my personal mental mock draft, he's off the board and he is with the Mavs. And then maybe the Warriors take Yaxel Linneborg. I've also seen him mocked at number 12 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So either way, all of these Michigan men, Brad, I think we can agree that they're going pretty high in the draft. First round picks for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing too, just to add cherry on top of the Sunday there, Morez Johnson. A lot of people are going to look at his overall stat line and just be relatively unimpressed. But again, you got to look at the film. You got to look at the development and evolution. His 3-point shot was a wrinkle that he added. It is only going to improve. Sky's the limit for that kid. I'm telling you, he is going to be seal of a deal wherever he lands.
We're going to transition to a little talk on the gridiron. A little 3-point stance coming your way. Baltimore Ravens. We will touch on what's to come this upcoming season for them. That is all coming your way next here on BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports.
Brady Tkachuk goes from Ottawa to the Florida Panthers. A very, very interesting trade by the Panthers, who missed the playoffs this past year following 3 Stanley Cup finals in a row. Remember, losing to the Vegas Golden Knights, then beating Edmonton in back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So Florida is a very injured team last year, right? We saw Brad Marchand missed a lot of time, Sam Reinhart missed a lot of time, and of course, Matthew Tkachuk missed time, and captain Alexander Barkov missed the entire season. So this move now, Brady Tkachuk coming over to South Florida, would seem to indicate that the Panthers are going to push their chips in to make another Stanley Cup run this year. The fly in the ointment, though, is the fact that the Florida Panthers currently have 0 goaltenders under contract for this coming season. Sergei Bobrovsky, who has been their goalie throughout this incredible run they've been on, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, is a free agent at age 38 and wants a big payday. And now, with Brady Tkachuk in town to go along with Matthew and Barkov and the other studs on the Florida Panthers in terms of their skaters, do they have the money to bring back Sergei Bobrovsky? If I'm the Florida Panthers, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be pulling every lever and pushing every button possible to try and work it out to bring Sergei Bobrovsky back. If FAU loses that game to Memphis, that 8-9 game a couple years ago in the first round, do you think there's any chance in hell Dusty May is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks? That's incredible. Incredible. Unbelievable. Will Dusty May succeed as the coach of the Dallas Mavericks? I have no idea. No idea. But do I think it's a worthy swing of the bat, roll of the dice from new GM Masai Ujiri and the Mavericks? Absolutely. Of course. I really like it. I like it on paper. I don't know if it'll work. Also, how good are the Mavericks going to be next season? We'll see what they do. Matt Moore was just on with us for a half an hour. Appreciate Matt's time. Maybe they'll try and trade back, acquire more assets. But, they have one of the best young players in the league in Cooper Flagg. Now, again, I'm not going to say Dallas is going to be great next year, especially in a brutal Western Conference. But you see the vision for the Mavericks hiring Dusty May. And congratulations to him. 4 years ago, FAU went 19-15. Final Four, Michigan, national champion, NBA. The glow-up of all glow-ups for Dusty May.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Brad Evans, Kate Constable here on BetMGM Tonight. Talking a little NFL coming your way, and specifically the Baltimore Ravens. What can we expect from them this year? A couple key additions that you're going to want to look out for. Also, some subtractions subtractions. But Brad, real quick, the news of the day here, just to touch on briefly, is this Dusty May going from Michigan to the Dallas Mavericks. We talked to Brian Bush earlier on in the show, who is the play-by-play voice of the Michigan Wolverines. And he said it was felt like a sad day on campus a little bit. Maybe some students a little mad that Dusty May was leaving. But let's be real. He just brought him a championship there. He won a title. The guy kind of did what he set out to do at Michigan. And with all that's gone on in college athletics right now and with the NIL, and we're just starting to see more of these college coaches either retire earlier than maybe we would have expected or move on to something else. And Dusty May, you get an opportunity in the NBA, especially for an organization like the Mavericks, who have Cooper Flag and have an upward trajectory right now. I don't blame Dusty May for going and taking that job.
Nor do I. Look, all the headaches, and they're throbbing headaches that he's dealing with in the recruiting ranks at the collegiate level with the NIL, the transfer portal. And again, as I've constantly said, the wild, wild west. He was just like, look, man, I just want to coach basketball. That's what I was born to do. That's what makes me happy. It brings me joy. That's really something that challenges me. The NBA, you don't have to worry about that. And you get to build around a premier star, an emerging one, in Cooper Flag, who's going to be cornerstone for that organization for years to come. You have the number 9 overall pick in tomorrow night's NBA draft, and maybe you're going to reunite with one of your former players in Michigan. And, again, I think Adai Mara makes all the sense in the world for that organization. Whether they go with him or not is to be determined. But I think Dusty May is, as I said earlier on, striking while the iron is hot. He's at the pinnacle of his coaching career, coming off the national title, and he's just frustrated. And he decided to pull the ripcord, bail on the college game, head of the NBA, and it's going to be a soft and cushy landing spot. I think he's got to thrive at the next level because he has the demeanor, he's got the coaching acumen, and soon he's going to have the personnel to really have a ton of success. So give it some time. I would say, 3 to 4 years down the road, the Dallas Mavericks are going to be right there in the very challenging West, pushing everybody in the postseason.
Yeah, and so what's going on now at Michigan? Mike Boynton Jr., the interim tag, has been assigned as the interim head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. And it'll be interesting to see, Brad, over the next 2 weeks or so, what players that are currently on the Michigan roster right now, do they stay and play for the Wolverines again this year, or do they enter the portal, which that'll open up 5 days from now, and then those players on Michigan will have 15 days to decide if they want to go somewhere else, and that's a result of Dusty May, and only happens when you have a coaching change. Other players aren't necessarily getting another open portal look, but it'll be interesting to see if those players, maybe they get a little bit of extra money somewhere else and they want to jump ship because they want to play for Dusty May. But I think with Boynton being the interim head coach, at least for next season, he already has, the relationship, the repertoire with a lot of those guys that you would hope for Wolverines fans that they would be staying around and wanting to play for him coming up. All right, Brad, some NFL talk here. The Baltimore Ravens, key addition this offseason, and maybe one of the biggest key additions to any roster this offseason, is a man named Trey Hendrickson, the edge rusher from the Cincinnati Bengals, signed a 4-year, $112 million deal that bolsters the pass rush for the Baltimore Ravens. I want to say he had back-to-back seasons prior to last season. That was Myles Garrett, but sack leader, or at least 16 plus sacks, double-digit sacks. I should have looked that number up and had it in front of me. That's a user error on my part right there. But he's a massive addition. You have John Simpson, who's returning to the Ravens, a 3-year, $30 million contract. Durham Smythe, he was signed as a blocker. So a lot of additions to this Ravens team. And then some subtractions. Another huge one, Tyler Linderbaum, the center. He left in free agency. That leaves a hole there. So is the biggest, I'll pose this question to you, biggest loss this offseason from perhaps any team, Tyler Linderbaum losing their star center in the offense for the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson?
It hurts. There's no question about it. Definitely degrades the overall offensive line. Mike Clay is projecting this Ravens offensive line just number 21 overall. So you might want to downgrade Derrick Henry a little bit. Maybe it's going to be a hit to the pass game as well. Is the protection going to be adequate for Lamar Jackson? I will say this. I mean, Lamar Jackson, even though he's getting a little bit longer in the tooth, is obviously still springy and spry. One of the most fleet of foot guys, regardless of position in the NFL, with that quick twitch and reads and recognizes pressure instantaneously, can take off, and he's gone in a blur. So, sometimes, pressure when it ramps up and when that offensive line erodes in their protection for a very versatile and opportunistic runner like Lamar Jackson is, that could be a boon for him, as he could feel the pressure and just say, you know what, I'm going to call my own number. I'm trying to get the most yardage as I possibly can with my legs in this situation. And, last year he didn't run as much. Maybe this year he will run more as a result. So we'll see if this is indeed going to be a bottom half offensive line, but filling the enormous shoes of Linderbaum makes it a bit of a hill to climb. Is it a mountain? Maybe not so much. Not so much a bunny hill either. Truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, so you look at this offense this year, it's still going to be good because you have Lamar Jackson and you have Derrick Henry and you have Zay Flowers, and those are good pieces. But I'm not sure they did enough this offseason to really fill that void of Linderbaum leaving and adding, the necessary pieces for the run blocking, the pass pro, all of that stuff. Yeah, Durham Smythe, the tight end, he's a reliable blocking option. But I don't know, is he enough? No, you need a full offensive line there. Getting Simpson back at guard, I mean, that's a positive there on a 3-year deal. So I think this offense could struggle, at least the line could struggle a little bit more than we've seen in previous seasons. But again, when you do have Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, your offense is still going to have success regardless. So again, looking at a lot of those subtractions, additions, a lot of the additions came on the defensive side. So is this defense, in your opinion, going to be good / better this season because of the areas that they added defensively, most notably with Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, most definitely. Look, Mike Clay at ESPN projects them to be the 4th best overall defense in the NFL. And it may seem like an aggressive rank to some, but I think at a minimum, they're going to be a top 10 unit overall. If the key pieces can stay upright and stay healthy and stiff arm the always menacing and always intrusive injury imp. And, Trey Hendrickson's going to be the key cog for a defensive line and the pressure that he can really ratchet up on the opposition, collapse a lot of pockets, just wreaking havoc. The back end has certainly had their question marks, but they were ravaged by injuries for the most part last season. When they're healthy and they are playing a congealed form of football, meaning they're acting well and playing well together, that secondary at a minimum should be top 15 in this season in the entirety of the league. So put it together, I would say the lowest point for them is probably top 10 defense. Could be as good as a top 5 defense. I don't think it's even out of the realm of possibility, Kate, that they're a top 3 overall defense. And if everything clicks and slides into place for Baltimore, that will be the area that really carries their success on the defensive end. Old school Baltimore Ravens D, to say the least.
I mean, when you have a player, and now I have the number in front of me, Brad, 17 and a half sacks in 2 straight seasons. Yeah. And that was 2023-24. And obviously that's Trey Hendrickson we're talking about. Last year, he only played 7 games, but 4 sacks in those 7 games. Your defense is going to be pretty good because opposing offenses have to prepare and game plan for a player like Trey Hendrickson. On the offensive side, Brad, Lamar Jackson, he has been named MVP before, if you didn't know, which I think everyone who follows the NFL knows that. He won in 2019 and 2023, but 24, he was in the conversation. 2021. So there's been, multiple distinct seasons in which Lamar Jackson has been in the mix for MVP. We just talked about how this offense has changed a little bit. He also has a new head coach in Jesse Minter, but Lamar Jackson, he's still the caliber player that you could expect to be in the mix for most valuable player at least a couple more seasons in his career, right? Or are we getting to kind of the tail end of his name being floated around in those conversations?
No, he's not even 30 years old yet, and I don't think we'll be at the start of the season. So, he's still got probably 3 to 4 elite seasons left under the belt. Now, is he going to run more? Again, as I mentioned with that offensive line, if it does show some sieve-like tendencies, he's going to break contain quite often. And he only had 349 rush yards in 13 games played last year after coming off a 915 in 2024. I think he's going to get back to at least 700, 750 rush yards and be that ultimate scoring duelist for this franchise. A guy that completed only 63.6% of his attempts last season. You look more specifically at some of the advanced accuracy. He was only number 22 in adjusted completion percentage. That's not great. He still has one of the best deep ball flicks in the NFL. He was number 6 in deep ball completion percentage. However, he was only number 27 in red zone completion percentage last year. So it wasn't showing a lot of touch inside the 20-yard line. Dealt with that soft tissue issue in the hamstring later in the season. I'm a believer in Lamar Jackson. I'm an apologist eternally for Lamar Jackson. I love his skill set. And I think you're going to see more of a 2023, 2024 version than the version that you saw in just 13 games last year. So bank on him running a little bit more and maybe honing that accuracy better inside the 20-yard line. That's the area he's really got to make strides on and start showing some deft touch in scoring situations.
Well, I like to hear that because that kind of leads us to our next portion of this segment, our 3-point stance, and a little tease here. Yeah, Lamar Jackson having a good season offensively is very much in favor of one of my props coming up here in just moments. But let's start with fantasy value. Who on this team, Brad, Baltimore Ravens, do you like to add some value in the fantasy game?
He's not going to be the corpse flowers this year, folks. He's going to be smelling like a rose. I love me some Zay Flowers, a wide receiver 17, 41.45 of the average draft position overall. I think there is a decent amount of profitability right now built into that price point. He was a guy that was wide receiver 12 in half-point PPR leagues a season ago. And again, that was kind of a downtrodden year for Lamar Jackson. Went for nearly 1,200 yards on 82 receptions, 6 receptions on 117 targets last season, 6.9 targets per game. He was only number 26 in air yards. Okay, not the greatest, but he was number 8 in total yak. So very tough to wrangle, very tough to lasso after the catch. Number 5 in yards per route run. Number 6 in average yards of separation per target. So he's got the shimmy and shake to break loose on a consistent basis. Got the built rapport and chemistry there with Lamar Jackson. He was number 10 as well in fantasy points per route run. Honestly, the ceiling, I think, for Zay Flowers is like a top 7 wide receiver. I feel very comfortable. He's going to be around a similar vicinity as last year, like wide receiver 12, wide receiver 13. And right now it's a wide receiver 17 price tag. So again, 41.45 ADP. That is downright tasty.
Yeah, well, Brad, I'm not going to try and lie or trick our listeners here and give them advice that I have on fantasy, because I am not the fantasy expert that you are whatsoever. But what I'm hearing you say is that it's a little buy low spot on Zay Flowers at wide receiver 17 when you think he could be all the way up to 12. And again, we'll say it, playing in an offense with Lamar Jackson and being the wide receiver 1 in that offense, he's going to be getting the ball plenty. He's going to be finding the end zone plenty. So I will co-sign your fantasy value here of Zay Flowers being the guy that you are taking there. Let's go over to player props. What season-long props? And this is one that I will add my 2 cents on, but I'll let you start. What season-long prop for a player on the Baltimore Ravens do you like this year?
Oh, please, Mark Andrews, apply some Stick 'em, my man. I'm going to take the over on 5.5 for receiving touchdowns. A little bit lighter juice at a minus 105 right now at BetMGM. Kate, my buddy again, Mike Lady is at PN's got him projected for 7 receiving touchdowns this season. He was number 8 last year in total red zone targets with 14 at 26.4% his red zone percentage. Not too shabby. 31 years old, get a little bit older, but he has got a top 10 easiest overall strength of schedule for a tight end. I think he's going to catch at least a half dozen TD passes from Lamar Jackson, given that Lamar can show some improvement inside the red zone. So let's just target the big man, Mark Andrews, and connect 6 times, and I cash on that over 5.5 receiving touchdowns at minus 105.
I like the minus 105 there. That's a great price. I'm going to go minus 120 on my season-long player prop that I like, and that is Lamar Jackson over 13.5 rushing touchdowns. You look at what he's done the last couple seasons. He did not get there last year. He only had 2 and a little down year, only about 350 yards on the ground. But the 2 seasons prior, 5 rushing, 4 rushing. So he's hit this in 2 of the last 3 seasons, and let's see, 5 of his 8 seasons overall. I think Lamar Jackson still has plenty of juice left in those legs. And especially you look at his carries, only 67 carries. That's the only season that he has had less than 100 carries in his entire NFL career. Granted, I mean, that's probably part of only playing 13 games last year. But I think as long as Lamar Jackson can stay healthy, he should be able to get over 3.5 rushing touchdowns, and I like that at minus 120. All right, lastly, Brad, the total over under on team wins. That number is sitting at 11.5. The over plus 118, and the under juice minus 140.
I know it's juice to the under, but I'm going to take the under. I think, shiver me timbers. Kate, I think Captain Hook may come into play here. I think it could be 11 on the nose for this Ravens franchise. Again, you got an ascending defense. The upside with that unit is top 5. I think the offense is going to be borderline top 10 overall. The other benefit is they have the 5th easiest projected strength of schedule to the Baltimore Ravens. You look at the offensive line, that is an area of concern, very clear one. Mike Clay is kind of projected for exactly 11.5 wins and gives them a 60% or greater win probability in a dozen games. Again, gut feeling here, 11 on the dot. I will live in Brando in the land down under. Give me some minute work, baby. Let's get 80s on this. Yeah, that's right. I put a whole jar of Vegemite on the under, but I feel decently confident. 11 wins for the Baltimore Ravens at minus 140.
All right, Brad, I'll throw a little shrimp on the Barbie with you there, and I will also head to the land down under. 11.5. That's a big number. Yeah, there we go. Play it. Woo! Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I think that's a big number, especially with a first-year head coach, Jesse Minter, coming over to take over for the Baltimore Ravens. That's not saying he can't have success. That's not saying the Ravens can't make the postseason. But winning 12 games in your rookie year as a head coach, so to speak, I think that's a little bit of a tall task, especially with some of these teams that you have on the schedule this year. Obviously, you have the division games, but you also have the Bills, the Chargers this year. You have Houston. So you've got some decent competition on the schedule. So I will go under there for you at 11.5 wins. More NFL news and notes coming up on the other side. We'll tell you what Mike McDaniel said about one of his players and who he compared him to. That's coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight. Brad Evans and Kate Constable.
If the Celtics do trade for Giannis, Celtics-Knicks next year in the Eastern Conference Final. And we have seemingly all collectively decided, even prior to the epic 7-game series that they played this year, that the Western Conference Final for the next however many years is going to be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And we'll get into Oklahoma City's trade of Aaron Wiggins to the Hawks coming up in a little bit. So if the Celtics get Giannis, I think we are going to know, or have a good idea at least, as to what next year's conference final is going to be. It's like 11 months from now. I think we already know. 11 months in advance. Eastern Conference Final, Celtics-Knicks. Western Conference Final, Spurs and Thunder. And just on the Eastern Conference, if the Celtics are able to get Giannis, and we'll talk more about Jaylen Brown on the other side, but just on the Eastern Conference, why I feel so confident in that result if the Celtics are able to pull this off. You know, Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back for the Indiana Pacers. Obviously, right? And the tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Thunder was brutal for Tyrese Halliburton and brutal for the Pacers. I really like what the Pacers did, trading for Zubats, getting their center to replace Miles Turner this past season, but not getting the 5th pick in the draft was such a blow to this team, such a blow to the Pacers. And maybe they'll just be able to exceed expectations again and really compete with the Knicks and Boston. After what they did last season, it really shouldn't surprise anyone if they're able to do that. But I think it's fair to say, put the Knicks and the Celtics a cut above the Pacers, at least for right now. There's Detroit and there's Cleveland. Do you trust the Pistons right now? Detroit's got a big decision to make on Jalen Duren, and they're probably going to pay him. And Duren was an all-NBA caliber big man this year in the regular season, and then wilted like a plant in the sun with no water in the postseason. That fill you with confidence? Do the Cleveland Cavaliers, as currently constructed, fill you with confidence? Do they? Got annihilated by the Knicks and then were in denial about it after getting swept. James Harden, we're the better team. Kenny Atkinson, analytically, we're actually up in the series. Or you got swept by the eventual NBA champions. Does that fill you with confidence? The Cleveland Cavaliers? I really like what Atlanta did this weekend. Signed C.J. McCollum to an extension. McCollum was obviously the closer for this team in the play. Hit a couple shots to beat the Knicks twice. 2 of New York's 3 losses in the playoffs. C.J. McCollum and the Hawks. And then they trade for Aaron Wiggins because the Thunder can't afford to pay all these guys and need to shed some salary. It's a great move by Atlanta. And I love Jalen Johnson. And I like some of these pieces on the Hawks. Alexander Walker, Dyson Daniels, etc. But I mean, really? Atlanta is going to be on the same level as Boston? As the Knicks? If the Celtics get Giannis? I think there's a good chance we are going to know by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday night, June 23rd, the 4 finalists next year in the NBA. My Knicks, Giannis and the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs. outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest. The outcome that's the most fun.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I am Kate Constable. We are still waiting to hear where Giannis Antetokounmpo will be playing next year. The reports say that the Bucks will make a trade, send Giannis packing sometime before tomorrow's NBA draft. That's getting closer, Brad, every passing hour. A little closer to the draft tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be overnight news. That's how it all works. It's going to break while we're sleeping.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Luka news, something like that. And everyone will wake up freaking out. Every talk show will be talking about it. And we'll be talking about it tomorrow night here on BetMGM Tonight. But for now, we need to continue talking some NFL news and notes because the NFL offseason is never really in the offseason. NFL is king. And we talk about it all the time. So the Los Angeles Chargers, they're an intriguing team this year. And they might, Brad, be the most entertaining team in terms of press conferences. You have Jim Harbaugh and you have Mike McDaniel. And the two of those together give some great sound bites. So I can't wait to see Mr. Capri's with Mr. Khakis and what they're going to give us in terms of entertainment this year. In terms of on the field stuff this year, Omari and Hampton, McDaniel compared his skill set to NFL Hall of Famer Terrell Davis. So the Chargers running back here, is he poised to just explode in year 2 and potentially become one of the dark horses for the rushing title, the year-long rushing title?
Yeah, right now the favorites to win the rushing title: Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley. Kind of a list of usual suspects. Omari Hampton is a couple of pegs down. I think it's an extraordinary value at 25-1 to set the league pace in rush yards, and I think it's very much on the table. So much so that, you know what I'm going to do, Kate? Daddy won! Ooh. Daddy need! Daddy gotta have it right now. Let's bring out our Let's go! We got a sledgehammer, Kate. The prop is available right now at BetMGM, and that is the over on Omari and Hampton rush yards. That number set at just itsy bitsy teeny weeny 925.5 rush yards. I think if Hampton even missed like 2 to 3 games, he's still going to hit the over on this. I think he's going to well cruise past 1,000 yards this season and be a guy that's going to really deliver on all the hype, whether in fantasy or reality or in the betting market. A guy that saw last year 69.7% of the opportunity share. I think it's going to be greater than 75% this season. When he was on the field, he was number 11 in yards created per touch. He was number 11 in yards after contact per attempt. He was number 25 in missed tackles forced, and he missed a few games. Remember that. So he was ultra and peak efficient, showing the shimmy and shake and the missed tackle ability overall. Mike Clay at ESPN's got it projected for 1,153 yards. I think that number is too low. I think he could definitely be around 1,300, if not 1,400 this year. He's got a top 10 offensive line. He's got a middle-of-the-road strength of schedule for a running back. A lot of positives with Omari and Hampton, and now you got Mike McDaniel calling the shots. You saw what he did last season with Devon Achane in Miami. I think it's going to be almost identical, if not better, with Omari and Hampton on the ground because the Chargers going to be competitive, and that offensive line is going to move men. Hampton's going to have a breakout campaign. Mark my words. He's going to live up to all the hype. And that's why I'm sledgehammering that over 925.5 rush yards at BetMGM.
Brett, if I had a sledgehammer, I would also be sledgehammering that with you. I think one of the most important parts of Hampton having success this year is that offensive line. And the line last year for the Chargers was kind of decimated. Rashawn Slater goes out before the season starts. You had Joe Alt go out. Like, it was just a rotating, a revolving door of players on that offensive line. But when their top players are healthy and on the field consistently week in and week out. I think Hampton is primed to have one of the better seasons for running backs because of all the gaps and the holes that they're going to, create for him. And then also you add in the McDaniel component and his creativity and the fact that Harbaugh likes to run the ball. That's kind of been his bread and butter, both at the college and professional ranks. So you're looking at a player who got his feet wet his rookie season, 500 plus yards in 9 or so games. He didn't even play every game. But as someone who year 2, some growth over the summer. Yeah, I think he could go over 925 and a half rushing yards. So I'll take the over on that with you. Another running back, Broncos rookie running back, Jonah Coleman. Very positive reviews coming out of OTAs and mini camps in Denver. The Denver Post, Luca Evans has been reporting that Coleman's been heavily involved in the passing game. He's showcasing open field bursts, and he's a threat on screen passes, choice routes out of the backfield, all of the above. If we look at what you can expect from him next year, backfield split between J.K. Dobbins, Ryan Harvey, Coleman. Where do you go there? Obviously, Dobbins is probably your number one. But Harvey was decent last year.
Yeah, decent. He wasn't any better than that. I mean, definitely showed some shortcomings, to say the least, and really let me down. I think R.J. Harvey was going to be a hell of a lot better than what he produced on the field. I mean, he was awesome in very scattered instances, but he was not at all consistent. So, he could be maybe on the back end, on the back burner of things. This organization really likes Jonah Coleman, and so do I. The kid out of UW, 5'9", 228 pounds, kind of built like a fire hydrant, short, squatty to the ground, excellent hands out of the backfield, and a guy that there's been some rumblings could steal some of the goal line opportunities from J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins, I think, is going to command probably 55, 60% of the overall opportunity share. But if there's a 45% of that meat still left on the bone, I think a decent chunk is going to go to Coleman if he shows out in training camp and in the preseason. 3.58 yak per attempt last season at the collegiate level, only number 47 in total missed tackles for. So an excellent zone scheme runner, inside or outside zone schemes. Outside, he averaged 6.1 yards per carry, inside zone at 5.4. The Broncos run a lot of inside zone. So he's a good fit for the overall system. And they have the best, at least the best projected offensive line, according to Mike Clay at ESPN, of any team in the NFL. However, number 23 in running back strength of schedule that he possesses. So Coleman is somebody you're getting in the beer fuzzy hours of your fantasy draft. Well, after pick number 150 overall, and he could be one of those late, steals that you stash and let things unfold in the Mile High City. He gets opportunity. Sean Payton could fall in love with him instantaneously, and you never know. He could be that hot hand, and he starts usurping, stealing away, wresting away some of that goal line work for J.K. Dobbins. He is going to greatly exceed expectations, so don't sleep too hard on Jonah Coleman. And, broadly speaking, I wouldn't sleep too hard on the Denver Broncos, Kate. They could be the true team to beat, not only in their division, but possibly overall in the AFC.
I mean, let's be real. Had Bo Nix been playing in that AFC Championship game, maybe the Denver Broncos would have made it to the Super Bowl. Who knows? We will never know that. What I do want to know, Brad, is when do the beer fuzzies, what round do those hit you when you're doing your fantasy drafts? Is that what you called them? Beer fuzzies?
Well, I drink tequila. No, tequila. So yeah, those fuzzies hit a little bit earlier. Yeah, because the tequila, the agave, man, it kicks in the system a little bit higher ABV, and the good times they keep on rolling until you fade to black.
Okay, and speaking of fading to black, is Deshaun Watson's career, has that faded to black yet, or is there still some life to it? Zach Jackson of The Athletic has been noting that Deshaun Watson has lacked consistency during the Browns OTAs. Also, he said that Shedeur Sanders seems to be a little bit more confident. He seems to be the more accurate passer later in spring than he was early on. So whether Sanders can win the job this summer remains to be seen. Starter week 1 in Cleveland. You've invested so much into Deshaun Watson. You've paid him so much. The cap hit is crazy. I mean, we tend to kind of brush things under the rug, and Deshaun Watson's, he's had his suspension, all of that. He's come back from his injury, and now he's ready to play. Week 1, if you're the Browns, are you starting Deshaun Watson? Or if Shedeur is actually looking better, does he get the start?
God, I wish they would just give it to Shedeur. Look, I've been a big critic of Shedeur Sanders, but, he kind of proved me wrong for the most part last season when he got the opportunity. He was adequate. He was viable, at least. Deshaun Watson is done. He is roasty. He is toasty. Sayonara, see you later. I cannot believe he is right now the pack leader to be the starter in C-Town come week 1. I mean, I'll have to believe it when I see it. I mean, you go back to 2024 before the second Achilles rupture. He was just number 30 that season in just completion percentage, number 36 in deep ball completion percentage, number 24 in catchable pass rate. The only saving grace that he had is that he was good on limited opportunities inside the red zone with a 61.1% red zone completion rate in the 7 games that he played. But Watson's not the future. He's done. I can't even believe he's on this roster. I can't even believe he's still in the NFL for the transgressions that he has had off the field. You put together, too, Cleveland. Yeah, they made a lot of investments with Casey Concepcion, and Boston's got rave reviews guys have at OTAs and at minicamp. A lot of upside the wide receiver position. I love Fannon's game, the versatility that he possesses at the tight end position, and I love Quinshon Judkins as well at running back, but the offensive line's got question marks. The strength of schedule for this team is the 3rd toughest overall in the NFL. Why? Why are you trotting out a half-rotten corpse of a player that is Deshaun Watson? I don't give a damn if he's 30 years old or not. The future is Shedeur Sanders. Give him a little bit longer of a leash and see what he can do. My gut says Watson will probably start week 1. But he's 3 games, so at least be a respectable quarterback. I don't think he can do that. I think they'll pull the plug, and Sanders then starts the rest of the season.
That's the thing, is if they start Watson and he is not anywhere near the Deshaun Watson that he was in Houston, which I don't think that he really even has that anymore. I think they make the swap, because why would you be investing in Deshaun Watson when he is not the type of caliber quarterback you want, even just on the field? Like, his play isn't. When you have a young quarterback who needs to get more opportunities to, like, the Browns know they're not winning the Super Bowl this year, right? Like, Browns fans aren't delusional. So get Shedeur more reps, get him more comfortable within the offense, and see if you can actually build a franchise quarterback with Shedeur Sanders versus, knowing what you have in Deshaun Watson. That ship has kind of sailed. All right, more to come on the other side. Talking Giannis, we're talking Dusty May, we're talking NFL. All of it coming your way. Also, Oklahoma is up 3-1 on North Carolina in the top of the 4th in the Men's College World Series. We'll be right back after this. You're listening to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest, the outcome that's the most fun for me and for you, big basketball fans and big sports fans, is him taking less money to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And LeBron and Curry and Jimmy Butler, who's obviously recovering from an ACL. I mean, just consider what that looks like at the ends of games. And I know that they're all long in the tooth. But, and if you're Golden State in that scenario, and Steve Kerr's coming back, like, we know that. I think the Warriors think that they're going to be able to accomplish something this summer. Maybe it's LeBron, maybe it's something else. Their entire goal would be just to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get there healthy. The 3 guys healthy. And you have 3, like, legendary playoff performers. And I understand that Jimmy Butler has not won a championship. Jimmy Butler carried a couple Miami Heat teams to the title, and he was unbelievable on those runs. And the insinuation is not that Jimmy Butler will be that this year at a more advanced age, coming off a big injury. But I mean, at the ends of games, like, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Let's say, I'm making this up. Let's say Jimmy Butler goes to, let's say he goes to Atlanta. I'm making this up, right? And the Hawks play the Knicks in the first round. And the Knicks are up by 1, and Jimmy Butler has the ball with 7 seconds to play. I feel like that shot's going in with Jimmy Butler. And then here's Steph. And then here's potentially LeBron. Now, LeBron's got to be willing to take less money to do it. And I don't know if that's the case. And I won't criticize him if his decision is, I want to make the maximum amount of money. But if he really wants to win a championship and he's willing to take less money, the Lakers are obviously a great option. But the one that I like the most is Golden State. LeBron and Steph Curry. A decade after their battles with Cleveland versus the Warriors, teaming up in the Bay Area, that would be absolutely electric.
Right move. I think Cameron Boozer is the number 1 pick in this draft. I think he is by far the best player. I think he makes the most impact. He is going to win you games. Cameron Boozer is going to win you games. Darren Peterson is going to get you highlights. Now, I think Peterson could be a great guard, could be absolutely phenomenal. Like, his upside is incredible. But there are so many questions. He averaged 1.5 assists as a guard. The history of Kansas wings, not good. So, to me, Cameron Boozer should absolutely be ahead of Darren Peterson, and I think he should be ahead of A.J. DeBonsa. If you ask me for my board, it would be number 1, Cameron Boozer, number 2, A.J. DeBonsa, number 3, Caleb Wilson, number 4, Darren Peterson.
Sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Do a quick score check around Major League Baseball right now. White Sox, they're up 2-0 on the Guardians in the third. Still waiting on Colson Montgomery to get a hit as part of our streaking parlay. Yep. Tigers up 5-3 on the Yanks, bottom of the 8th there. The Royals, they're up 2-1, top of the 9th over the Rays. We got a tie ball game, 2-2 in the 8th. Rangers and Marlins. Nats up 1-0 on the Phillies. That one just underway. Blue Jays up 2-1 on the Astros in the 5th. Got a tie ball game. Brewers and Reds 0-0 in the 7th, but Bryce Trang did get a hit. So my streak has improved to 4. Tie ball game 1-1. Dodgers Twins, top of the 4th. Cardinals up 1-0 on the Diamondbacks in the 4th. And we are just underway. Top of the 1st, Red Sox and Rockies, a 0-0 ball game. College World Series, Oklahoma's up 3-1 on North Carolina. And we are in the top of the 4th in that game as well. Brad, we have done a lot of talking about the Dusty May news, which is the biggest news of the day because Giannis, that stuff has not come down yet. But Dusty May leaving Michigan, he is going to the Dallas Mavericks. He'll be their head coach there. They will pick 9th tomorrow in the NBA draft. He'll obviously have a hand in choosing who he takes. But I mean, according to some Michigan people, this move, this Dusty May leaving, isn't all that surprising.
No, it really isn't. And Matt Norlander has been crushing it all day. One of the great reporters of the college basketball world, works, of course, at CBS. And I just want to read you an excerpt from a column that he wrote earlier today. And this might be one of the reasons why Dusty May decided, you know what, I'm done with college basketball. I'm going to take my shot, my chances at the NBA because the game is a mess. I'm going to read you the excerpt again from Matt Norlander of CBS. It starts off like this. This is May, Dusty May, talking to a highly regarded player in the transfer portal. The player called May, so he popped out of his chair and had put our interview on pause for a few moments to see what was happening. During his conversation, the player verbally committed to play for Michigan next season, a huge development. When the call was over, I congratulated him. Then he chuckled, saying something to the effect of, quote, just because he committed doesn't mean he's coming. We still have to deal with the agent, end quote. The story gets even stranger. This player verbally reinforced his commitment to May 2 more times in the ensuing weeks. The agent, however, was a handful, and so Michigan never got him. He'll be playing elsewhere next season. That's the portal recruiting experience in a nutshell. Scenarios like this are as much of the reason why May wants out as anything. So that was Matt Norlander. The story about Dusty May, based on an experience that he witnessed firsthand, and from in this player saying, "Yeah, I'm going to come play for you," verbal to, but didn't get the name signed on the dotted line. The kid then verbal not once but 2 more times to reinforce his commitment to Michigan, but they still could never get a deal across the finish line, and as a result, he went and played somewhere else. This is college sports. Doesn't matter if it's basketball or football. Big money college sports. This is a day and age that we live in. And some of the big college sport names in the coaching ranks, or in football or basketball, if they get an opportunity to jump to the pros where they have to deal with all this garbage, they don't have to deal with all this baggage, they don't have to deal with the bleep show, as my buddy Jeff Goodman at the Field of 68 best describes the state of college basketball, they're going to do it. Because what they ultimately want to do is concentrate on, hold on to something, coaching. That's why they got in this business, to develop young talent, to take it far, to possibly win national titles. And right now with NIL, with the transfer portal, with the mess that college sports are, you're seeing guys like Dustin May, who's only 50 years old in the prime of his coaching career, off the pinnacle, the ultimate height of winning a championship in the college basketball game, saying, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to coach the Dallas Mavericks because I don't have to deal with a steaming pile of BS.
I mean, why would coaches want to deal with this? It's completely shifted from the type of game, and I mean more so of the off-court stuff of recruiting and all of that than what they got into it for. I mean, when Dusty May started his career, he was, I want to say a student assistant, a student manager, something like that at Indiana, and worked his way up the ranks. I mean, you're coaching at FAU. That's a completely different ballgame, recruiting at FAU early on in your career than what he's dealing with now. And I mean, that's just the reality of college athletics now, is that, yeah, it's so much more like an actual like the NBA almost. But if you go to the NBA, you don't have to deal with that type of BS. You just get to coach.
They don't.
I mean, there's no
Right.
recruiting. Sure, you have trades, but you have a front office who's taking care of all of that. It's not necessarily you that's jumping on planes to go try and entice players to come play for your franchise. So, I mean, you look at Brad, a lot of the coaches that have left the college basketball ranks over the last couple of years. You had Coach K, Tony Bennett, who, I mean, Coach K was older. Jim Larinaga, he left. He was older, kind of towards the end of their coaching career regardless. But Tony Bennett's, I mean, he could have coached a whole lot longer. Jay Wright could have coached a whole lot longer. They just decided to leave altogether because it got too much. I mean, even Nick Saban, I mean, he left the college football world because of what that had become. And I don't think Dusty May is the last college basketball coach that we see over the next couple of years that decides to leave and take a larger role within the NBA if it's presented to itself.
Yeah, mark my words, Todd Golden will be the next. Of course, at Florida, he's won a national title, young guy. I think he has aspirations of coaching at the next level. John Shire, it was reported earlier today, again by Jeff Goodman at the Field of 68, that he was offered the Mavericks gig, and he turned it down. And Dusty May was a backup plan. So Shire, I think, feels that he hasn't necessarily earned the right to leave Duke yet, and Duke's going to be absolutely loaded next year. So I think he ultimately wants to win a national title, but would he stick around in Durham? Or would he go ahead and make the jump to the NBA once he can win a national title? I think that's the course of action. Gone are the days of Jim Boeheim. Gone are the days of Coach K and some of these legacy coaches. Tom Izzo is like, one of the last greats standing has been at the same location for, decades. I just don't think we're going to be, living in that day and age of college basketball anymore because guys are going to have opportunities. And until this game can get cleaned up, it's just the state of things right now and why a lot of these guys are pulling the ripcord and bailing on the situation. One other note, Kate, I'm going to throw out because it's breaking news. Again, Field of 68 just tweeted this. As of 28 minutes ago, Trey McKinney, a very talented and key player for that Michigan squad, announces on social media he's staying. He's staying at Michigan despite Dusty May's departure. He said this specifically, I believe it was on Instagram. Victor's always stale, #hail, #go blue. So exhale, at least for a moment. Trey McKinney, one of the indispensable players for the University of Michigan team. Sounds like he is going to be back next season. And, just get the Mike Boynton Jr. deal done, and you may retain almost all of the key players for Michigan next year.
And I wonder how much that has to do with him coming back with Mike Boynton being the interim head coach for now and having, being able to return and play for someone that he already has a relationship with. He knows their coaching style. He knows the style of play that he's going to be playing under him. So, I mean, that is absolutely huge for Michigan. And I'm almost surprised that he came out as quickly as he did, Brad, and said that versus stopping and thinking about it, right? Like, that's a little surprising that he came out so quickly.
Yeah, maybe there was a booster that stepped up to the plate and said, hey, we're going to drop another bag to ensure that you stay. I mean, that's the day and age that we live in, man. It's the roller coaster ride of college athletics where the money drops, people will stay or people will go. Trey McKinney staying in Ann Arbor.
All right, well, I'm going to stay here. We are going to say goodbye to Brad. We are also going to say hello to Cameron Salerno and talk a little NBA draft with him next. Brad, wonderful hanging out with you for the last 3 hours. Have a great rest of your night. We'll do this again tomorrow night. How about that?
Adios, amiga.
Brady Tkachuk goes from Ottawa to the Florida Panthers. a very, very interesting trade by the Panthers, who missed the playoffs this past year following 3 Stanley Cup finals in a row. Remember, losing to the Vegas Golden Knights, then beating Edmonton in back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So Florida is a very injured team last year, right? We saw Brad Marchand missed a lot of time, Sam Reinhart missed a lot of time, and of course, Matthew Tkachuk missed time, and captain Alexander Barkov missed the entire season. So this move now, Brady Tkachuk coming over to South Florida, would seem to indicate that the Panthers are going to push their chips in to make another Stanley Cup run this year. The fly in the ointment, though, is the fact that the Florida Panthers currently have 0 goaltenders under contract for this coming season. Sergei Bobrovsky, who has been their goalie throughout this incredible run they've been on, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, is a free agent at age 38 and wants a big payday. And now, with Brady Tkachuk in town to go along with Matthew and Barkov and the other studs on the Florida Panthers in terms of their skaters, do they have the money to bring back Sergei Bobrovsky? If I'm the Florida Panthers, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be pulling every lever and pushing every button possible to try and work it out to bring Sergei Bobrovsky back. If FAU loses that game to Memphis, that 8-9 game a couple years ago in the first round, do you think there's any chance in hell Dusty May is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks? That's incredible. Incredible. Unbelievable. Will Dusty May succeed as the coach of the Dallas Mavericks? I have no idea. No idea. But do I think it's a worthy swing of the bat, roll of the dice from new GM Masai Ujiri and the Mavericks? Absolutely. Of course. I really like it. I like it on paper. I don't know if it'll work. Also, how good are the Mavericks going to be next season? We'll see what they do. Matt Moore was just on with us for a half an hour. Appreciate Matt's time. Maybe they'll try and trade back, acquire more assets. But, they have one of the best young players in the league in Cooper Flagg. Now, again, I'm not going to say Dallas is going to be great next year, especially in a brutal Western Conference. But you see the vision for the Mavericks hiring Dusty May. And congratulations to him. 4 years ago, FAU went 19-15. Final Four, Michigan, national champion, NBA. The glow-up of all glow-ups for Dusty May.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Constable here with you for the next 2 hours on BetMGM tonight. And here's the plan for the next 2 hours. We're going to talk to Cameron Salerno here in just moments. He's a national college basketball and football writer for CBS Sports. We'll get his thoughts on tomorrow's NBA draft. We're going to talk a little bit more about this Giannis deal, the potential trade that might go down between Boston and Miami about 20 minutes from now. And then some Dusty May fallout as well. What does that mean for Michigan? What does that mean for the Mavericks? That's all coming up. And then Cameron Smith, we got 2 Camerons within the next 2 hours here on BetMGM tonight. Cameron Smith, he's the host of the Bulls pre- and post-game show on Chicago Sportsnet. He'll join us a little bit later on, about an hour from now, and we'll get his insight on what's going on in the Chicago Bulls draft room. Wrap things up with some hot and cold, and we'll get you out of here. But we will now bring in Cameron Salerno, again, college basketball and football writer for CBS Sports. Cameron, appreciate you taking the time to join me. I know it's probably very busy right now with the draft right around the corner and you putting out all sorts of mock drafts, but we appreciate you taking the time. I do want to start with a mock draft of yours that I saw from today, updated 6/22, which is this afternoon, today. And you have Darren Peterson going number 1 overall, and that's obviously over AJ DeBanza. Those two have been kind of, depending on who you talk to, back and forth as the number 1 pick to the Washington Wizards. Why do you have Peterson over DeBanza?
I think Darren Peterson is the best player in this class, and I've had this take for a better half of the last 12 months. I think Darren is the best player in the class, and if he was fully healthy this season at Kansas and played the entire season, didn't have the cramping issues, I believe he would be the consensus number 1 overall pick. I think AJ is a great player, and obviously he had a terrific season as well at BYU and was the top scorer in college basketball. Those two have been competing against each other since high school. And I think the debate really is, it's super cool that, they're probably the 2 biggest contenders to go number 1 to Washington. I mean, would I be surprised if AJ goes 1? Not at all, because I feel like there's a lot of, it's a good fit, I think, but also I think Darren would be a really good fit in Washington as well. I still believe he's the best player in the class. And if it was up to me, I would pick Darren at number 1.
In people that you've talked to as you've written about the draft and made your draft board with Peterson, is the situation at Kansas with the cramping and taking himself out of games and the health issues, is that kind of over with and NBA teams aren't exactly concerned about any of that stuff or any sort of character issues with him in terms of not being all in, kind of like what we saw with at Kansas?
Yeah, I think Darren Peterson is one of the misunderstood people in college athletics. I mean, I talked to him after they lost to St. John's in a heartbreaking fashion. I thought what was really cool about Darren is his character. He sat in his locker and answered question after question for probably about 20 minutes at his locker. And for a player of his stature to do that, I think is really mature on his part. I think he, maybe I don't know what it was, but he didn't really talk a lot during his freshman season at Kansas. And, freshmen don't really talk that much, so it wasn't that unusual in a sense. But, when people start talking about you and when you're under the microscope like Darren has been throughout his high school career and also at the college level, you're going to get people talking about you. And so obviously when the cramping situation came and there wasn't really a clear picture of what was happening, I know that, throughout the season, I think it just got reported maybe in April how it was due to creatine in his system. And, he opened up also how he thought he was going to die, because he, was having the full body cramping issues. And I just think, Darren is a misunderstood person. People I've talked to at Public Prep who was his old high school, just, raved about his character and his work ethic. And, like I said before, I think he's the best player in the class. And, his two-way upside is really good. He's a great shooter, and I think he's going to make teammates better, and I think he'd be a good fit in Washington or Utah.
I mean, I've had, Cameron, I had a calf cramp a couple weeks ago, and I thought I was going to die. So when he describes his cramping as like full body cramps and feeling like he was going to die, that's got to be kind of a scary situation to be in. But good to hear that, I mean, the character issues, I shouldn't even call it issues. The character questions for him maybe aren't even questions that should be out there at all. Darius Acuff, he is a player that is very intriguing. John Calipari said that he is one of the best, if not the best, point guard that he has ever coached, and Coach Cal's coached quite a few really great point guards throughout his career. Is there any chance that Acuff can jump into the top 4? Because it does feel like that top 4 has been set in stone, with Boozer going 3 and Wilson potentially going 4. But a lot of people love Darius Acuff and just the creativity in his game. So is it possible to see him jump up at all in this draft?
I don't think so. I think he's going to go number 7 to the Sacramento Kings. That's a team that's had interest in Acuff throughout this draft cycle. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Darius Acuff Jr. is the best true point guard in this draft class. I think he's better than Keaton Wagler. I think he's better than Kingston Flemings, better than Michael Brown. Like, he is the full package. He's an offensive engine who can score. He can play make. He makes teammates better. And I know there's reports about, his teammates or something like that. Like, I think, Coach Cal said it, like, he is the ultimate grinder. And I thought, what really sums up his character too is, in the day and age where players are sitting out and, load managing or whatever, like Darius Acuff was dealing with the foot injury in the lead up to the Alabama game. He was in a walking boot. That's what Coach Cal said. He not only he played all 50 minutes in a double overtime game. He scored 49 points. He didn't come off the floor. And I just think that really speaks to who he is. And then the next game where, Coach Cal said he could have sat out and rested, he kept playing. I just think he's a relentless competitor. I think he's going to make any team better. I think, the top 7 picks could get really chalky on draft night because, that top 4, like you said, is pretty solidified in whatever order you want to go in. And then at number 5, the Clippers, I think that's where the draft starts. And I could see them taking Keaton Wagler out of Illinois. And if Brooklyn, has pick 6, I could see them taking Michael Brown, which would leave Acuff for Sacramento 7. I believe Acuff is the best point guard in the class, and I think he's going to be someone we look back on in 5 to 10 years thinking that maybe he should have been a top 4 pick. He has that ceiling. I think he has the ceiling to be one of the best offensive players in this entire draft class.
I mean, he certainly knows how to put up points and do it quickly. So we were just talking in the break. You said you're from Sacramento. As a Sacramento native, would you be happy with Darius Acuff? It sounds like you would.
Yeah, I think the fan base would be really thrilled. I think what Sacramento needs is a true point guard, someone who's going to really, re-energize the fan base. And I think Acuff would do exactly that. He is a human highlight reel, just the games you watch. And, he's not just a ball-dominant guard either. He is one of the best facilitators in this draft class. He averaged over 6 assists a game at Arkansas. And, people have kind of compared him to Cam Thomas, and it just really, if you give that comp, it just shows me you haven't watched college basketball. Acuff is not only a better prospect coming out than Cam Thomas, but, Darius Acuff is a facilitator who is going to make teammates better. So I think Acuff, like I said, is the best point guard in the class, and I think Kings fans would be thrilled to get someone like Acuff.
With Dusty May now as the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, how does that change, if at all, what Dallas does tomorrow at number 9?
Well, you saw what Yaxel Lendenborg said. He said if Dusty May doesn't draft him at 9, he's going to block his number. So I think it's so I forget who said it. It was a tweet, and I really didn't even think about this. The person who knows the draft range for those Michigan players probably the best is Dusty May because he's went through the draft process. How many NBA teams have peppered Dusty May throughout the draft cycle? Talking about Morez Johnson, Yaxel Lendenborg, Dave Mara. So he probably has a pretty good idea of who's going where. So I think it kind of helps maybe the Mavericks as an advantage. I think it's also been talked about. I think Mark Stein reported it that the Dallas Mavericks could trade back with Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City is 12-17. I could see them taking any of the Michigan 3 forwards. I think either of them would be a really good fit. I had a Dave Mara in my mock draft. I know the Mavericks have a logjam at center, but Mara is just a really unique prospect. 7'3", without shoes. He's one of the best shot blockers in college basketball, would make an immediate impact, and also would kind of be that Wemby stopper that I feel like every single team in college basketball is looking for. So I think it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Mavericks took one of the Michigan forwards because, Dusty May probably knows him better than anybody.
That's a really good point that he probably has some interesting intel on what teams are interested in those three Michigan guys, because up until this point, he's been the head coach of Michigan and getting fielding questions from scouts and front offices. So that's very interesting. In terms of teams that have the most pressure to get it right this year, if there's a lottery team that has pressure to get this one right, especially with this draft being as deep and talented as it is, who are one of those teams?
I would say either the Brooklyn Nets at 6 or the Clippers at 5. I mean, the Nets, with the new lottery reform system coming, I think it's going to be difficult for teams to have a surefire way to get into the top 5 or 6 of the draft every year. I mean, if you can't pick consecutively three consecutive years in the top 5. So, the clock is ticking for a lot of those teams. But, the Nets had a really interesting draft last cycle. They had 5 first-round picks. And, Igor Demon is someone who I think was really good as a rookie, but definitely shouldn't preclude the Nets from drafting someone at number 6. Like, you look at rosters, and even the Clippers as well, they have Darius Garland on the roster. I don't think it should stop them from drafting someone like Darius Acuff, even though I think Keenan Wagler or Michael Brown Jr. would be better fits with Garland in the backcourt. I don't think it should stop them from drafting someone like Darius Acuff at number 5. Would it happen? I don't know. But I think the Brooklyn Nets and Clippers are both under pressure, especially with the Clippers as well, because, what do you do with Kawhi Leonard this offseason? Do you want to go kind of a full reset? Do you want to build around Darius Garland and whoever you pick at number 5? The Clippers kind of were one of the luckiest teams in the draft, just because the only way they could have got the 5th or 6th pick is if the Pacers fell to the top 4. So I think the Clippers are under pressure to get this right. And same with the Nets. Like, the Nets just saw the New York Knicks win the title. And I think it's going to be a lot of pressure for those fan bases to say, hey, like, if you're a Knicks fan living in New York, like, you're on top of the world. And if you're a Nets fan living in New York, you're probably feeling the pressure of, crosstown rival win a title. So I think the Nets they need to get this right. And I know there's been, rumors about Nate Ahmet at number 6, which I think would be not the best pick. I would just pick one of the guards and, take the best player available. And I think the Nets really have to get this right to, kind of see it through.
We are talking to Cameron Salerno, national college basketball and football writer for CBS Sports. You can follow him on X at Cameron Salerno1. There's a big domino that's about to fall with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and that's going to affect a lot of things, not only the teams he goes to, whether it's the Celtics or the Heat, but how does it affect this draft? Because if he goes to Miami, the Bucks are likely getting Miami's first round pick, the 13th overall. And I mean, if he goes to Boston, then Miami is picking there. And so they have to kind of be ready and alter things. So how does this whole Giannis situation just affect, I guess, not only those two teams, but the draft as a whole?
I think everybody wants the Giannis situation to end as soon as possible. I think, ideally before the draft. And, you think about it, like with the Miami offer and specifically, like, if the number 13 pick is on the table, you probably want to make that trade before the draft so you can kind of make your pick. And it's also not uncommon for a team like to make a trade at a later time. Like, the best example I can give is when Rudy Gobert was traded a few years ago and Walker Kessler was in that package to go back to Utah in that deal. But also I think the Bucks would like to make that pick at 13 if that's like the package they pick, if Miami's the team that Giannis goes to. And with the Celtics, like, I think it'd be probably less draft capital because you're getting someone like Jaylen Brown, who's an all-NBA player. I believe the Celtics have picked 27. I've done, I think 8 mock drafts in the last month and a half, so I kind of have, the order memorized in my head. But it's still, a valuable pick. Like, this class is really good. I think it's one of the best NBA draft classes we've seen in quite some time. And, the freshman hype really helped that class. But also it just really littered with really good players after pick 20 that you can go out and get and, be a rotational player right away.
Cameron, going back to this Dusty May stuff, is him, moving on and going to the NBA kind of an indictment of where we're at in college basketball, just in terms of not wanting to have to deal with the drama, the hoopla, whatever you want to call it, of NIL and, players' agents at that level and the politics of it all? Like, is that maybe going to be a little bit more of a theme of seeing college coaches try and make the jump to the NBA to get out of all of the extra stuff that goes into college basketball and just wanting to focus solely on the X's and O's, and that's what you get to be able to do in the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, you look at, I think a few years ago when you had like kind of the exodus of the older generation of coaches, Mike Krzyzewski, Roy Williams, people like that, like they kind of left before NIL really got to what it was. And it's also important to note, like Michigan's roster was primarily built through transfers. Like their entire starting five was transfers. And, with Michigan, like after they won the title, like they didn't even really have a chance to celebrate like the staff because it's, about building a roster for next season and repeating. And so you kind of really came and enjoy the climb to, be a champion like Michigan was. And Michigan, I mean, was a great roster, and they're going to have 3 lottery picks potentially tomorrow, which was impressive. But yeah, I mean, I could see definitely a lot of coaches leaving or even retiring because of, how there's really essentially no guardrails in college athletics right now. It's kind of a free-for-all. Like you're having guys who are coming over from the international ranks who are 23, 24 years old. You have players who got drafted already in the NBA who didn't play in the NBA, but they're playing in the G League and they're trying to come over back to college. So it's stuff that, a few years ago was almost unheard of, and now it's kind of the norm in college athletics. So I definitely think there's going to be more people leaving. Dusty May was like probably one of the coaches who had the best shot to go to the NBA out of all of them. I know like John Shire's been rumored like that, he could jump one day. Todd Golden, who won the national title at Florida last year, was someone who probably had NBA interests if that was in the cards. So I definitely could see a lot of coaches leaving down the line.
All right, last question for you, Cameron. Who is like a sleeper, maybe isn't the right word, but who's someone that you think is projected to go in, maybe late first round, early second round, that you think could go significantly higher than where a lot of people have them?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to say Ibuka Okori out of Stanford. I think that's someone who could be a top 20 pick. I would not be surprised if he is drafted ahead of some of the other guards in that kind of range, like Bennett Sturts, Christian Anderson, even like LeBaron Philon Jr. Like I could see someone really falling in love with Okori. Like the way he gets to the rim is special. He was one of the best scorers in college basketball. His burst is really good. So I could definitely see him going higher than expected.
Cameron, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for all of your insight. Enjoy the next 24 hours as we get ready for the draft. And we will talk to you again down the road. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Cameron Salerno, college basketball and football writer for CBS. Again, you can follow him on X at Cameron Salerno 1. Coming up on the other side, we're going to talk a little bit more about this Giannis conversation. Which deal is better, Boston or Miami? I'll give you my take on the other side. This is BetMGM Tonight here in Westwood One Sports with Kate Constable.
If the Celtics do trade for Giannis, Celtics-Knicks next year in the Eastern Conference Final. And we have seemingly all collectively decided, even prior to the epic 7-game series that they played this year, that the Western Conference Final for the next however many years is going to be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And we'll get into Oklahoma City's trade of Aaron Wiggins to the Hawks coming up in a little bit. So if the Celtics get Giannis, I think we are going to know, or have a good idea at least, as to what next year's conference final is going to be. It's like 11 months from now. I think we already know. 11 months in advance. Eastern Conference Final, Celtics-Knicks. Western Conference Final, Spurs and Thunder. And just on the Eastern Conference, if the Celtics are able to get Giannis, and we'll talk more about Jaylen Brown on the other side, but just on the Eastern Conference, why I feel so confident in that result if the Celtics are able to pull this off. Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back for the Indiana Pacers. obviously, right? And the tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Thunder was brutal for Tyrese Halliburton and brutal for the Pacers. I really like what the Pacers did, trading for Zubats, getting their center to replace Miles Turner this past season, but not getting the 5th pick in the draft was such a blow to this team, such a blow to the Pacers. And maybe they'll just be able to exceed expectations again and really compete with the Knicks and Boston after what they did last season. It really shouldn't surprise anyone if they're able to do that, but I think it's fair to say put the Knicks and the Celtics a cut above the Pacers, at least for right now. There's Detroit and there's Cleveland. Do you trust the Pistons right now? Detroit's got a big decision to make on Jalen Duren, and they're probably going to pay him. And Duren was an all-NBA caliber big man this year in the regular season, and then wilted like a plant in the sun with no water in the postseason. That fill you with confidence? Do the Cleveland Cavaliers, as currently constructed, fill you with confidence? Do they? Got annihilated by the Knicks and then were in denial about it after getting swept. James Harden, we're the better team. Kenny Atkinson, analytically, we're actually up in the series. Or you got swept by the eventual NBA champions. Does that fill you with confidence? The Cleveland Cavaliers? I really like what Atlanta did this weekend. Signed C.J. McCollum to an extension. McCollum was obviously the closer for this team in the play. Hit a couple shots to beat the Knicks twice. 2 of New York's 3 losses in the playoffs. C.J. McCollum and the Hawks. And then they trade for Aaron Wiggins because the Thunder can't afford to pay all these guys and need to shed some salary. It's a great move by Atlanta. And I love Jalen Johnson. And I like some of these pieces on the Hawks. Alexander Walker, Dyson Daniels, etc. But I mean, really? Atlanta is going to be on the same level as Boston? As the Knicks? If the Celtics get Giannis? I think there's a good chance we are going to know by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday night, June 23rd, the 4 finalists next year in the NBA. My Knicks, Giannis and the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Tonight. The game has opened up a little bit in the Men's College World Series. Oklahoma up 7-1 on the Tar Heels in the bottom of the 5th right now. Winner takes all, wins the College World Series with this series sitting at one apiece. So looks like Oklahoma well on their way to a title if they can hold on over the next couple of innings. In Major League Baseball, we're still waiting on Willie Castro and Colson Montgomery to get hits. That was Brad and Brandon's pick for our going streaking segment that we do. Bryce Terang and Shohei Ohtani, myself and Monty both got hits already, so our streaks have continued. But again, waiting on Willie Castro and Colson Montgomery. But we are going to continue on talking about this Giannis Antetokounmpo situation that has yet to really be decided. It's been reported that it's a essentially a two-team race. Either Giannis is going to go to Boston and play with Jason Tatum, or he's going to go to Miami and play under Eric Spoelstra and next to Bam Adebayo. And I mean, Giannis has said that those are the two teams, those are the two destinations that he'd be willing to sign long-term extensions for. So essentially, any other team, don't even try and get in on the bidding because Giannis isn't going to go there. And if somehow the Bucks wanted to trade him somewhere else, there was a Western Conference team that was interested, he's not going to be there long term. So right now it is between the Celtics and the Heat, and Shams Charania has reported that this trade will happen prior to the NBA draft, which is tomorrow night. So we're nearing a decision. But let's break down the two offers that these teams are presenting to the Bucks, because they're very different. And I think when you look at which deal is better, it all depends on what the Bucks' goal is in trading Giannis. Obviously, the relationship between the Bucks and Giannis has kind of deteriorated a little bit over the last couple of seasons. Giannis was out with injury this past year. He wanted to get back into the rotation. The Bucks wanted to hold him out. There was turmoil with all of that. So it's about time that Giannis moves on from the small market of Milwaukee. Won a championship there, but spread your wings a little bit, Giannis. Go down to South Beach, go to Boston, and see if you can win a title with another team. So, but what is the Bucks' goal? I mean, if their goal is to try and avoid a full-blown rebuild and kind of build somewhat around a already established star, an all-star caliber player, then you go Boston. The Celtics right now, their offer, Giannis for Jaylen Brown, who's been thrown into the mix. Potentially, I've heard Peyton Pritchard's name thrown around there, and maybe a first-round pick. Now, Boston has up to 3 first-round picks to present in this offer, but I mean, that gets way too expensive. You don't need to give up Jaylen Brown and 3 first-round picks for Giannis. But part of giving up Brown is if he goes to Milwaukee, the Bucks have somewhat of a piece that they can continue to build around and use potentially a first-round pick from Milwaukee in order to do that. If their goal is to start over completely, gather all the assets you can, then you go with Miami and you kind of go the route of the Oklahoma City Thunder and try and get as many picks and as much future assets as you can to try and kind of start over and build from the ground up. Because if you go with the Miami Heat, you're getting Tyler Hero, who's a good player. There's nothing wrong with Tyler Hero. He's just not a number one on a team. I think you could argue, is he even a true number 2? I mean, he can shoot the ball. Sure, he can score. But could he lead a team to a championship? You'd also probably get Khalil Ware and Jaime Jaquez, both two. Jaquez a great rotational player, and Ware was a lottery pick last season. Along with that, Miami also picks 13th right now in this year's draft, so tomorrow. And so essentially, I mean, you could call it with Khalil Ware as a lottery pick last year. You get 2 first-round picks. With the 13th this year, and maybe even additional first-round picks are thrown in with this offer in Miami. So that's the package that's kind of been reported for the last couple of months with Miami. So it's nothing very new for Milwaukee to be presented with and to be surprised by, or that the Heat have really sweetened their offer right now. But you get multiple young rotation pieces. You get a lottery level prospect in Ware. And then you get Hero, who's been an all-star before, and draft capital to continue building. If you're Milwaukee, this is the better offer if you want to start completely over. But Brown, I mean, getting Jaylen Brown, that's the best asset that in either of these two offers that you're going to get. To have a player who is can be a cornerstone of a franchise. I mean, Jaylen Brown has kind of been the 1B to Jason Tatum as the 1A. And I think Brown wants to be the number 1 option on a team. I think he's ready especially with the relationship. I mean, we talk about the relationship between the Bucks and Giannis, but the relationship between Boston and Brown has kind of been under turmoil a little bit over the last season or so. And Jaylen Brown coming out right after the season ended, going on his stream and saying that this was his favorite season ever played with the Celtics, was kind of a shot at Jason Tatum, because Tatum was a sideline for the majority of that year. And so I think it's time that the two of them split up and Jaylen Brown goes somewhere where he can be that number one. He thrived last season without Jason Tatum. Second team All NBA. He was even in the MVP conversation at various points throughout the season. He had a career high, almost 29 points per game this past season. So it would be intriguing to see what Jaylen Brown can do when he is that true number one option and his usage rate goes up and every shot is, every big time shot at the end of the game is the ball's in his hands. And I think those are things that, I'm sure leaving a team like the Celtics where you know that you're a championship contender every year and those are the goals and the aspirations that your team has, to a team like potentially Milwaukee where, Milwaukee probably isn't in the conversation for an NBA championship this next season with the talent and the assets that they have there. So, but at the same time, you get to go and kind of spread your wings a little bit and be that number one option, which is something that I think Jaylen Brown has been wanting now for the past couple of seasons. Brandon, our producer, I want to get your thoughts on this. If you were the Milwaukee Bucks and you're presented either Jaylen Brown and someone you can kind of continue to build with, or essentially a bunch of picks, a bunch of assets, and maybe some lesser players where you're kind of having to start over, which of those two, if you're Milwaukee, is more enticing?
It's got to be the Jaylen Brown, right? Because there's nothing that Miami can offer that kind of compares to that. Now, unless you're looking for more picks, if you're looking to get youth and you're looking to go young and you don't want what seems to have been a headache in Jaylen Brown, then fine. But Milwaukee doesn't seem to be that type of organization, right? Because you talk about Giannis Antetokounmpo, you talk about one of the guys who off of the court seems to be like one of the most genuine, loyal human beings you'll ever meet in your entire life. How do you lose that guy? Like, how bad does your organization have to be that guy doesn't want to be here anymore? Now, I don't know what that entails. I don't know what that's going to be. But if I'm just looking at the offers, it's got to be Boston's offer. I want Jaylen Brown because at least then I can sell to the fans like, yes, we lost Giannis, and yes, that sucks. But we got one hell of a player in return in Jaylen Brown. And sure, he might be a mouthpiece off the court, but on the court, he is a guy who just took a team that minus Jason Tatum was expected to regress significantly and probably be more closer to what the Indiana Pacers were this year without Halliburton. And instead, he took them to the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. So he's at least a guy who can come in and he could be extremely productive and still keep us as a playoff contending team here in Milwaukee.
I asked Brad this earlier on, and he said he doesn't think that there's much of a chance of it. But why would the Bucks? I guess putting aside everything you just said, basically, and having a Jaylen Brown where you actually have an actual piece. But if they want to go the Oklahoma City model and just gather as many picks, as many assets as they can, why would you not then flip Jaylen Brown for even more? Because at least you're likely getting one first round pick with Brown. You could then go flip Brown for maybe a couple other first round picks. And instead of acquiring, some mediocre pieces from the Heat, you all of a sudden have various first round picks that you now have for basically Giannis and Jaylen Brown. So you're essentially flipping two high caliber players.
I think that would require the thought process of rebuilding, right? Like if you're going to do that, then you're okay with the fact that for the next 3 years or so, you're going to be mediocre and you're going to be building through the draft. And then you're selling to your fan base, we're going to be bad for a few years. Just hang with us. We'll be back. And for a fan base that just watched them win a title not too long ago, for a fan base that is losing one of the best players in the world, that might be a tough sell. But At the same time, again, this organization doesn't seem to be very functional in the front office side of things. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. The next 24 hours for Milwaukee is going to be interesting to see, but also the next few months following that is going to be interesting to see what they do. Not only that, does Jaylen Brown want to play in Milwaukee? Will Jaylen Brown show up to play in Milwaukee?
Well, that's the other thing is Jaylen Brown, I don't think, is afraid to voice his opinion. And if he doesn't want to play in Milwaukee, he could easily force his way out of there and do something like that where I'm just not playing here. I want to go somewhere else. I'm not going to be happy here. I'm going to be a nutcase here, a head case. I'm going to make your guys' life harder. I'm going to be kind of a cancer in the locker room. And that's not saying that he is right now by any means, but he could certainly play that card if he doesn't want to play in a small market, if he doesn't want to play in Milwaukee. So those are, I think that's another question that the Bucks probably need to gauge prior to making that trade, because why would you want to trade for what you think is going to be a player of Jaylen Brown's talent if he doesn't want to be there and is going to want to leave regardless? So maybe that's why this is taking so long. I mean, when you only have two offers or two potential, organizations to trade with, and it sounds like, according to Shams, like there isn't a third team in here. So it's not like you're getting a 4, 5, 6 team trade and it's all intricate behind the scenes and everything. It feels like what are we waiting for? And maybe they're literally just waiting until closer to the draft to try and throw other teams off and mix up other teams' draft boards. If the pick for the Heat goes to Milwaukee at 9, I don't know, but it feels like this is something that we could kind of move along a little bit quicker.
Yeah, you look at Shams, and look, I think Shams is brilliant at what he does, but he also reported this trade like 2 years ago, didn't he? So he can't. It is possible that he's wrong, or there could be a third sleeper team in there. I don't know who that would be. And here's the other thing with Giannis. I think it boils down to Giannis. Where would you rather play? Because some guys, and I think, when you look at a guy like in another sport, basically, but Mike Trout, who is a superstar, just doesn't really care to play in front of big lights in a big city and it just stays in LA playing with the Angels. Maybe Giannis doesn't want to go to the big lights of Boston, because playing in Miami would be a lot less stressful and a lot more fun in the wintertime to live in Miami than it is in Boston. So, I think that the Boston deal makes a lot more sense, but you never know. Giannis could end up having, the last word here and be like, hey, look, Miami's it. You should take that deal because I'm not going to sign with Boston.
The media market in Boston is a little bit more robust than that in Miami.
Yes.
But I think even if Giannis doesn't like the bright lights, I think Giannis likes winning, and winning a championship is probably something that happens a little bit quicker in Boston with that roster playing again next to Jason Tatum than it is against Bam Adebayo in Miami. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to take a look at what matters most. What teams does this draft matter most for? And if deep drafts, do they actually end up panning out in terms of that talent translating to the NBA? We'll discuss that next. And then Cameron Smith of the Bulls pre- and post-game show on Chicago Sportsnet joins us at the top of the hour. Coming your way next here on BetMGM Tonight.
The outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest. The outcome that's the most fun for me and for you, big basketball fans and big sports fans, is him taking less money to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And LeBron and Curry and Jimmy Butler, who's obviously recovering from an ACL. I mean, just consider what that looks like at the ends of games. And I know that they're all long in the tooth. And if you're Golden State in that scenario, and Steve Kerr's coming back, like we know that. I think the Warriors think that they're going to be able to accomplish something this summer. Maybe it's LeBron, maybe it's something else. Their entire goal would be just to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get there healthy. The three guys healthy. And you have three, like, legendary playoff performers. And I understand that Jimmy Butler has not won a championship. Jimmy Butler carried a couple Miami Heat teams to the title, and he was unbelievable on those runs. And the insinuation is not that Jimmy Butler will be that this year at a more advanced age, coming off a big injury. But I mean, at the ends of games, like, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Let's say, I'm making this up. Let's say Jimmy Butler goes to, let's say he goes to Atlanta. I'm making this up, right? And the Hawks play the Knicks in the first round. And the Knicks are up by 1, and Jimmy Butler has the ball with 7 seconds to play. I feel like that shot's going in with Jimmy Butler. And then here's Steph. And then here's potentially LeBron. Now, LeBron's got to be willing to take less money to do it. And I don't know if that's the case. And I won't criticize him if his decision is, I want to make the maximum amount of money. But if he really wants to win a championship and he's willing to take less money, the Lakers are obviously a great option. But the one that I like the most is Golden State. LeBron and Steph Curry. A decade after their battles with Cleveland versus the Warriors, teaming up in the Bay Area, that would be absolutely electric.
Right move. I think Cameron Boozer is the number 1 pick in this draft. I think he is by far the best player. I think he makes the most impact. He is going to win you games. Cameron Boozer is going to win you games. Darren Peterson is going to get you highlights. Now, I think Peterson could be a great guard, could be absolutely phenomenal. Like, his upside is incredible. But there are so many questions. He averaged 1.5 assists as a guard. The history of Kansas wings, not good. So, to me, Cameron Boozer should absolutely be ahead of Darren Peterson, and I think he should be ahead of A.J. DeBonsa. If you ask me for my board, it would be number 1, Cameron Boozer, number 2, A.J. DeBonsa, number 3, Caleb Wilson, number 4, Darren Peterson.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Jay Constable here on BetMGM Tonight. 20 minutes from now, Cam Smith of Chicago Sports Network. He's the host of the Bulls pre- and post-game show. He is going to join us to talk about what the Bulls might do at number 4 and with their other picks in this year's draft, because they have a new head coach, they have a new GM, and a new direction, hopefully, as Chicago Bulls fans are likely to be very pleased with after the last couple seasons that we have had here in Chicago. So we'll talk to him, get his thoughts coming up here in about 15 minutes. An interesting article in The Athletic today of how often do loaded drafts actually deliver? And this draft that is taking place tomorrow has been coined as a very loaded draft. If you look at, not only the top 4 picks that have seemingly been set in stone in terms of being those top 4 picks. Now, there's a debate whether it is AJ DeBanza or Darren Peterson at number 1, but essentially it's those two. It's Cameron Boozer and it's Caleb Wilson as the top 4 picks consensus so far. We'll see if that actually pans out. But The Athletic lays out the last 20 years, or at least let's go back 20 years from 2003 to 2022 of some of the better draft class and those top 3 players in that draft class, how often they panned out. Starting in 2003, we won't go through all of these, but I do just want to highlight a couple of them. LeBron James, Darko Milicic, and Carmelo Anthony. I think you could go ahead and say that only James and Carmelo Anthony panned out. Now, you did have Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade in that class as well. So a good, hit rate. 4 out of the 5 that I just named, those ones certainly hit. You had Derrick Rose in 2008 with Michael Beasley, OJ Mayo. Those were the big names coming out of that draft. I think we could all agree that Derrick Rose, likely the only big name, only name to have a big career, an MVP type career, all-star career. Michael Beasley, OJ Mayo, yeah, they weren't exactly lived up to the prospects they were going into the NBA. Same with Markelle Fultz in 2017. He was the first overall pick. I don't know where he is right now. I don't even know if he's still in the league. I haven't heard his name thrown around often. I actually do think maybe he's in Miami. Not Miami, I'm sorry. Maybe in Orlando. Double check that in the break. Lonzo Ball was highly touted as well, and he had a good career. It's just injuries kind of derailed his career. He actually played well when he was on the Bulls and when he was healthy on the Bulls. And then Jason Tatum was in that class. Obviously, Jason Tatum is a all-NBA player, an NBA champion. So talk about hit rate in 2017. Yeah, you can throw out Fultz. You can kind of so-so on Lonzo Ball and Jason Tatum. So 1 out of 3. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley. That was the 2021 draft. I think it's fair to say all 3 of those have panned out. Cade, the face of the Detroit Pistons right now. Jalen Green had a great season this last year in Phoenix. And then Evan Mobley with the Cavs, an all-star in his right. So that was a draft that actually lived up to the hype going into it. And then 2022, that was another big time draft with some big time names. And those players have also lived up to the hype so far. That's Paolo Banchero. That's Chet Holmgren. That's Jabari Smith Jr. Maybe Jabari Smith, not quite where people thought he was going to be when he was drafted. But nonetheless, certainly it is not a bust by any stretch of the imagination. So if you're talking hit rate in 2022, I think you can go ahead and say that's a 3 out of 3. But interesting article over at The Athletic. They lay out a bunch of different years and kind of interesting to go back and see some names that you remember from being very highly touted and high draft picks to kind of forgetting where they are, if they're even in the league at all right now. So we'll see how this draft pans out. We'll see if AJ DeBanza ends up being the player that he is expected to be, if Darren Peterson, those top couple players, because this draft, I think it matters for a lot of teams, as every draft does. But with the Wizards, especially with that number 1 overall pick, they just signed Trae Young. He was declined his player option and is now fully signed with the Wizards going forward. But they kind of have to get this number one pick right. And as that article laid out, there are several years that, the number one pick doesn't always pan out to be what it is. Markelle Fultz, one example of that. So if you miss on AJ Debanza and Darren Peterson turns out to be the best player in this draft long-term, if we look back 5 years from now, that's going to be something that kind of follows Washington around, because right now when you have Trae Young, and granted, I'm not a massive Trae Young fan, especially the fact that he doesn't play defense and is kind of his plus minuses are more so on the minuses on a nightly basis. But you do have him. You have Anthony Davis, who, as long as AD is healthy, is still a very strong player in this league. And so if you are to pair a Debanza or a Peterson next to him and have those players actually live up to the potential that they have of being an all-star or an all-NBA player, all of a sudden you're a Wizards team that goes from kind of the dumps and the depths of the standings in the NBA to a team that has a lot of promise going forward and can kind of reignite that fan base and build some more profits year in and year out. So I think it's very important, and maybe that is kind of like an obvious scenario there, that the Wizards have to get this right. But for a team that's been as bad as they have for as long as they have, you want to make sure that you don't pick the two players that are projected to potentially go number one. You don't want to pick the one that maybe doesn't pan out quite as well. Another team that I think this draft is really important for is Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors, because you are essentially starting to bridge the gap between the Steph Curry, the Draymond Green. You're already gone from Clay, but that veteran team, the Steph Curry team, to what the future might hold. And if you don't want to have a surefire rebuild after Steph is gone in a couple of years, like, you want to make sure that you are drafting players right now that can develop quickly, but also fit into the system that Steve Kerr is going to play with Steph Curry. And if you're able to do that, all of a sudden things look a little bit brighter for maybe when Curry is gone and does decide to hang it up. All of a sudden you have some young talent that is developed and is kind of bridging that gap from the veteran players to the new generation, the new years of Warriors basketball going forward. And then lastly, I think the team picking number 5, which right now is the Clippers, although they could certainly be trading out of that. So whoever they trade to, because you have a whole plethora of talent to choose from at that number 5 position. Granted, those top 4, the consensus top 4 best players obviously are off the board. But you have, when this draft is one of the most talented drafts that we've seen in a while, you have the opportunity to make a huge splash and pick someone that can quickly alter your franchise. And so if we just talk about the Clippers right now and what they could do, like, who knows how much longer Kawhi Leonard is in a Clippers uniform, especially with the off-court aspiration stuff that could potentially be following Kawhi Leonard around. Like, this is a big pick for LA to get that right and to get a player that fits within their system, within what they want to do going forward, and to have, various guards that are highly touted. Keaton Wagler, likely the pick right now, is being slotted at that number 5. We heard Cameron Salerno talk about how good Darius Acuff is, and him being a cornerstone player that you could build around. And so when you have that opportunity, it's almost, getting the pick out of all of those very deep, very talented draft. It's an opportunity to do something big for your organization, your franchise going forward. And so that at number 5, when the draft, quote unquote, really starts, I think is important for whatever team, whether it's the Clippers or someone that they trade up with or trade down with. Getting that pick at number 5 right when you have all that talent sitting in front of you is pretty important. Cam Smith of Chicago Sports Network is going to join us on the other side. We'll see what the Bulls are planning to do at that number 4 pick. Are they taking Caleb Wilson? We'll talk to him about that next here on BetMGM Tonight.
Brady Tkachuk goes from Ottawa to the Florida Panthers. A very, very interesting trade by the Panthers, who missed the playoffs this past year following 3 Stanley Cup finals in a row. Remember, losing to the Vegas Golden Knights, then beating Edmonton in back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So Florida is a very injured team last year, right? We saw Brad Marchand missed a lot of time, Sam Reinhart missed a lot of time, and of course, Matthew Tkachuk missed time, and captain Alexander Barkov missed the entire season. So this move now, Brady Tkachuk coming over to South Florida, would seem to indicate that the Panthers are going to push their chips in to make another Stanley Cup run this year. The fly in the ointment, though, is the fact that the Florida Panthers currently have 0 goaltenders under contract for this coming season. Sergei Bobrovsky, who has been their goalie throughout this incredible run they've been on, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, is a free agent at age 38 and wants a big payday. And now, with Brady Tkachuk in town to go along with Matthew and Barkov and the other studs on the Florida Panthers in terms of their skaters, do they have the money to bring back Sergei Bobrovsky? If I'm the Florida Panthers, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be pulling every lever and pushing every button possible to try and work it out to bring Sergei Bobrovsky back. If FAU loses that game to Memphis, that 8-9 game a couple years ago in the first round, do you think there's any chance in hell Dusty May is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks? That's incredible. Incredible. Unbelievable. Will Dusty May succeed as the coach of the Dallas Mavericks? I have no idea. No idea. But do I think it's a worthy swing of the bat, roll of the dice from new GM Masai Ujiri and the Mavericks? Absolutely. Of course. I really like it. I like it on paper. I don't know if it'll work. Also, how good are the Mavericks going to be next season? We'll see what they do. Matt Moore was just on with us for a half an hour. Appreciate Matt's time. Maybe they'll try and trade back, acquire more assets. But, they have one of the best young players in the league in Cooper Flagg. Now, again, I'm not going to say Dallas is going to be great next year, especially in a brutal Western Conference. But you see the vision for the Mavericks hiring Dusty May. And congratulations to him. 4 years ago, FAU went 19-15. Final Four, Michigan, national champion, NBA. The glow-up of all glow-ups for Dusty May.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable. Final hour here on the show. We are going to talk to Cam Smith here in just a few moments. and see if technical difficulties. So we're going to see if we can get him on here shortly. We'll play a little hot or cold next. Got some great topics to discuss. Our producer Brandon will come in, throw some of those my way. I'll decide whether or not they are hot takes or a little chilly. Then wrap things up at the end. Some final thoughts on the show. A lot going on in sports right now, especially with the NBA draft tomorrow. So got a lot to get to. We're seeing if we can get Cam on, if Cam can hear us here. Cam, you got us? Doesn't Brandon? Doesn't seem like he does. But we will continue to work on that. Chicago Bulls. Cam is the pre and post game host for CHSN and the Chicago Bulls. And right now the Bulls have the number 4 pick in the draft. They also have 15, which is was acquired through the Portland Trailblazers, but their first or their true pick is number 4. And it has been well documented that Caleb Wilson is likely the pick at number 4 for Chicago, big man out of UNC. The Bulls could use some front court help, talent, depth there. And it looks like we're getting the thumbs up from Cam. Cam Smith, the pre and post game host for Chicago Sportsnet, Chicago native. And let's throw this on here. 3-time Emmy nominee Cam Smith as well. Cam, it is so good to see you. How you doing, my friend?
Look, Kate, I am doing great. We got the band back together. It is great to speak to now, not even just Kate, but Mama Kate. So let me give you some love on that. Congratulations again. I know we text and I told you congratulations via text, but for the whole world in public, I'm so happy for you and the family and what you guys have brewing and what you're growing, and Kev as well, your husband. So yes, it is great to be back with you, and it's great to talk all things NBA draft and what the hell is about to go on, maybe even tonight and then even tomorrow night, because with so many rumored trades, especially with Giannis, and is Ja Morant going to stay in Memphis, and will the Bulls decide to package some things up and maybe a player on the roster to try and move themselves into the top 10 to get a second top 10 pick? So it's a lot to unpack. Let's get into it, Kate. I got time.
I was going to say, all right, Cam, well, I'm going to just have you answer a lot of those questions for me. Yeah. Giannis, let's start right there. It's either Miami or it's Boston. Where would you go if you were Giannis? And I know it's not all his choice. So where would you go if you were in the Bucks front office in terms of those two opportunities?
It's always about the return, Kate, especially when you have a superstar like Giannis. I mean, someone that is still in his prime years that can provide so much for a team and will make them an instant title contender. So if you can look at what Boston could bring back for you in return, I think that's the better move, because you're looking at a name like Jaylen Brown that will keep your team still within the upper echelon of the East, depending on what other moves that the Milwaukee Bucks will be able to make. But you're looking at possibly bringing not even just you're not going to trade Giannis for Jaylen Brown straight up, just 1-for-1. It's not going to work, even though Jaylen Brown, all NBA guy, NBA champ, we get all of that, but you need some pieces back in return. So first round picks or pick, right, or another player involved in that deal. I think when you look at what Boston could give you in return, it's more enticing than what Miami can give you. And this is not any disrespect to Milwaukee native Tyler Hero. I think he would be involved in that trade if Giannis goes to Miami. Still, you want to make sure that whatever you get in return sets you up for your future, and that you're not just gutting your roster for this move and not having a future for yourself. So you want to keep yourself in contention. And when you look at the Milwaukee Bucks roster, they still have a group that is not only playoff worthy, but still that can compete in the playoffs, right? So you got to keep that in mind when you make these moves. And so I would, if I was in that front office for the Milwaukee Bucks, would try to work something up with Boston. They will be in the number 1. And if something falls through, well, then you have Miami on the back end. But you got to remember that you're dealing with the Godfather and Pat Riley. So Pat Riley is not going to wait by that phone for too long until he's like, you know what, I'm off this. We're moving on to something else. You know, we had a deal 20 minutes ago. Now it's 20 minutes later. That deal is off the table. So I think that the Boston Celtics would be the move for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And you're looking at that pairing of Giannis with Jason Tatum, which is very scary, of course, to Derek White. And then it depends on what other pieces still remain in Boston, or the pieces that are untouchable for Brad Stevens and that front office.
Yeah, the Pat Riley angle. That's something that the Celtics certainly don't have in terms of how he plays his cards, because he's pretty dang good at it, Cam. Let's
Yeah,
talk about
sure.
the Chicago Bulls. Is it just a foregone conclusion that the Bulls at number 4 take Caleb Wilson? Because that's what every mock draft has. That's what the word on the street is. But you're close to the organization. Is that what you're hearing is likely to go down as well?
Kate, we have been blessed by the basketball guys this offseason in Chicago because it's been a struggle. Let's just be real about it with the Bulls and what they've gone through. So I think when you look at the front office that's in now, the Bryson Graham era as executive vice president for the Chicago Bulls, they bring in Steven Mervis, they bring in AC Law, they bring in Tiago Splitter as the 25th head coach in Bulls history. You're looking at a lot of alignment, and it's a newness with this organization in terms of the front office and the people in positions of power making those decisions. But also when you look at the ultimate position of the Reinsdorf family, when you look at Michael Reinsdorf, they've given Bryson Graham full autonomy to make his decisions and give him the resources that he needs to really change around this organization. And it's not just something that you heard in the introductory press conference with Bryson Graham and Michael Reinsdorf sitting next together for Graham's press conference, his first introductory press conference as EVP for the Bulls. But you're seeing it in these pieces as you see Bryson Graham not only work out his team when it comes to the front office, but the interview process with Tiago Splitter and the other candidates that were involved. I mean, the Bulls cast a wide net, Kate, in trying to find their next head coach. They did their due diligence. They were not rushed. Even when one of their top candidates, Sean Sweeney, was reportedly hired by the Orlando Magic during the Western Conference Finals and almost NBA Finals run for the San Antonio Spurs, Bryson Graham in the front office didn't flinch in the face of that. They said, okay, we're still going to go through our process because we understand that, to Bryson Graham's point, they're going to layer this thing. And this is not going to be a quick fix. They don't want it to be a quick fix because they want the right pieces in place. So when you look at that alignment with the front office, you look at the alignment of Tiago Splitter, him coming over from Portland, how he was able to lead that team to the 7th spot in the Western Conference. No disrespect to the roster, but in the West with that team, that's a hell of a job, Kate. And so Tiago is the right person for the job. He is a great and has really been praised across the NBA and really worldwide in terms of how he is able to help develop players. If you need some names out there for people watching, people listening, look at what he was able to do in his one season with Alperen Sengun with the Houston Rockets, right? You look at this past season with the Portland Trailblazers and Donovan Clingan, who gave the Bulls hell in the 2 games that they played against the Bulls this season. Denny Avia was already a talent, but still you needed that mental side to really get over that hump. And you have other pieces like Toumani Camara, who was one of the best defenders for the Portland Trailblazers. Scoot Henderson had a resurgence for himself with his career. So Tiago Splitter has a hand in that. And so I'm mentioning Bryson Graham. I'm mentioning the alignment of the front office. I'm mentioning Tiago Splitter and the player development, how he connects with guys. And then you bring it into tomorrow night with the Bulls at that 4th overall spot. Caleb Wilson should be that guy for that team. And the only way that I see Caleb Wilson not going to Chicago at 4 is if Memphis says, you know what? We understand that Cam Boozer is a can't-miss prospect, but we still want to keep Ja Morant around. And even if, Ja's there, they can go either or. They can go Cam Boozer, they can go Caleb Wilson. But for how Ja plays, how they want to get up and down, Caleb Wilson would be the better fit for the Memphis Grizzlies. And so that's the only way that I can see Wilson not in Chicago if the Memphis Grizzlies decide to draft Caleb Wilson at 3. I don't think that happens. I think Boozer goes to Memphis at 3 and Caleb Wilson is there for the Bulls. Keep in mind, Caleb Wilson has not worked out for anyone except for the Chicago Bulls. He was in Chicago last week. So he's getting the lay of the land, getting himself comfortable, speaking to the front office, speaking to Tiago Splitter, understanding what he could be in that Bulls uniform, envisioning what he can be in that Bulls uniform. And this is a kid that I love his mindset. He is big on manifesting. He is big on really just trying to read books and take his time and really think things through. Not something that you hear often for a kid his age. And you have someone that at 6'10" with the skill set, ball handling, and also what he does defensively could really be a nice piece to what Tiago Splitter can do. The Portland Trailblazers were one of the better defensive teams in the NBA, especially when you look at the post All-Star break. This was a top 10 team in defensive rating. So when you have the acronym of SLAP thrown out by Bryson Graham, and for those wondering, like, Cam, what is SLAP? All right, well, Bryson Graham explains SLAP as size, length, athleticism, physicality. Caleb Wilson checks all of those boxes. Modest Buzelis, he's getting bigger and stronger. We saw a little bit of that in year 2 for Modest, but he checks off on those boxes as well. And this is what they're trying to build with this Bulls team. Young, athletic, with size, can get up and down and provide resistance on the defensive end. So Caleb Wilson would be ideal for this team at 4. So I'm just praying to the basketball gods. I already got my Michael Jordan shrine set up, Kate. I got my candles lit. You know, I got my 91 NBA Finals hat, championship hat for the Bulls there. I got my old Salem t-shirt, my character Bulls t-shirt from 93 on the altar there. So I'm just praying to all the basketball guys and Michael Jeffrey Jordan and Caleb Wilson, a North Carolina guy, a Tar Heel, falls to the Bulls at 4.
Ooh, a nice little connection there. I don't know. I hadn't put that together. I mean, obviously MJ, North Carolina, and Caleb Wilson. Okay. Yeah. Maybe he could be the second coming of MJ. That's a tall task to live up to, but we'll see. Cam, you also mentioned that maybe the Bulls, package some stuff together to try and move up. They have the 15th overall. Yeah. They have 38, 56. Then obviously, whatever future stuff that if they deem necessary to throw into something. Is there any other move that you're expecting the Bulls to make outside of obviously picking at 4? But after that, with the other picks that they have, anything out of the ordinary, out of staying put at where they are?
I would be very, very curious to see when we have this Bulls team draft Caleb Wilson at 4 of what else is cooking for that front office. As I mentioned, everything that I laid out with Bryson Graham in his front office, they're not going to try and press the fast forward button or try and, throw this thing in the air fryer, right? And have it heat up quickly and be cooked. They want to be in the kitchen. Yeah. I mean, we all can relate to that. Look, I just had something in the air fryer earlier.
In the air fryer all the time, Cam.
Look, it is a game changer if you believe in air fryers, but if you don't believe in air frying your food, it's all good though, because you're that person that wants to put all the herbs and spices and spend time in the kitchen and really get into your bag with that. But that's what I feel with this front office is that's what they want to do. I would be shocked if they do package some things up to jump into the top 10 again with another pick, but you just never know, right? With Bryson Graham, I think with what we've seen of him in New Orleans, especially in Atlanta, where they decided to say, you know what? The Trae Young era is over. We're going to hand the keys over to the organization, to the franchise, to Jalen Johnson, right? And you saw what Jalen Johnson was able to do. First-year All-Star, helped lead that team to the NBA playoffs. Of course, we know what happened with the NBA playoff life, up to 1 against the Knicks. Rest is history. RIP to the Hawks playoff run. But you have this person in now a full position of power that believes not only in his analysis, his work, like Bryson Graham and the conversations that I've had with him, he is a worker. He loves the work. Like I'm sure right now he's crunching numbers, looking at video, all these different things with his team and really, really getting to even more the nitty gritty since the draft is tomorrow. So when I look at that, I think again, when they are drafting at 15, they're going to look at a piece to just kind of add to maybe something off of the bench for this Bulls group. But Kate, if opportunity presents itself with what the Bulls have, with the 15th overall pick, with a couple of second rounders, I'm not sure if they package in both second round picks. I highly doubt that. But if they package up the 15th overall pick along with the second round pick, and then maybe look at someone on their roster that they can add in, especially when it comes to the guard position, to try and move themselves up. Don't be shocked if it happens. I would be shocked, but don't be shocked because you're hearing it from me with that. But you have these point guards in Darius Acup Jr. You have Mikael Brown Jr. You have Kingston Flemings. You have some really dynamic point guards that can really throw into that youthfulness that the Bulls are moving forward with. So exciting and intriguing to see what could happen. I'm still going to lean on the side of the Bulls not moving up and drafting someone at 15. Now, who that person is, it could be a LeBaron Philon. out of Alabama, a player that I really love in terms of how he was able to score the basketball, shoot it from distance, and stretch the floor and do it efficiently. I know a lot of people are talking about Cam Carr out of Baylor. Love what he brings offensively, his range, his athleticism, his wingspan, explosive athlete. But the Bulls also need some players in the front court. If Amores Johnson is there, that would be great. He's a Chicago native, so he would be awesome to be there.
Stop you right there in terms of players in the front court. You're about to get really busy because the Bulls have made a move here. I'm breaking this news to you right now. A trade. Nets get Julius Randle, the number 28th pick, and the Bulls get Nick Claxton. So Claxton brought over to the Bulls.
Okay.
That is Shams Charania in the last couple of minutes. I mean, great timing having you on. Can we just get your initial thoughts on Nick Claxton now being in the front court for the Chicago Bulls?
Now, Kate, this is what's intriguing now because we talked about Bryson Graham. So they fill a necessary void in that front court with Nick Claxton, especially at center, Kate. So now you're looking at that 15th overall pick. Do you necessarily need that for this draft? And that's my thinking of it. Like now you're getting into that area where, okay, now we can possibly package up 15 and a second rounder and maybe one of our guards to move up into maybe 6, pick up the phone to Brooklyn. Hey, what y'all doing? You up? Hey, big head, you up? Or pick up the phone with Sacramento. Hey, you up? Send that you up text. Or, make that call. Or look at Dallas and see if you can move up there. So this is I'm sitting up in my seat now, Kate, because this thing is really starting to pick up.
Exciting.
And this is why, with the conversations that I've had with Bryson Graham, he is really comfortable, and you have to be in that position, but you also really have to be confident in who you are and what you bring. And he understands with Nick Claxton defending the rim. We've seen Nick Claxton's game really grow on the offensive end the past couple of seasons with Brooklyn. He's athletic. He can run the floor, and it makes for an exciting brand of basketball. So wishful thinking, Kate, Nick Claxton at the 5, Caleb Wilson, Modest Buzelis, and then we'll just leave it out there for the last 2 spots on the floor for the Bulls, because I'm not sure if they're going to try and move up and add in one of their guards for a potential trade for another top 10 pick.
All of a sudden things are getting spicy and things are falling kind of into place for the Chicago Bulls. Cam, I'm going to put you on the spot here because I know you can handle it. But with this trade, the Timberwolves are a part of it too. They get the number 33 overall pick. What are they doing right now? They just traded Julius Randle away. They get 33. There's also been reports that maybe Josh Giddey could be potentially a target for Minnesota. Like, do you have any sense in the 10 seconds I've given you to think about this, what Minnesota might be doing in all of this?
Hey, you know what? If you were someone else and I was on a different show, I'd be like, you know what? I can't answer that right now. But Kate, we're family. Come on now, Kate. I got you. I'm not gonna leave you hanging on that.
You know what? You can, or you could just tell me to screw off, and we'll end the interview and we'll go on. But
listen, Kate, you are family. If I tell you to screw off, then delete my number, block me. You don't know me anymore. If I talk to you like that, that's not happening. And then also, Kev will be like, your husband will be like, okay, Cam, we gotta have a conversation. We gotta talk face to face or something, right?
He wouldn't be too happy with you.
But no, it's really interesting with Minnesota trading away Julius Randle, because you look at Julius Randle, what he was able to do for Minnesota throughout the season, but also more so playoffs, of how he had some massive games for Minnesota. But it feels like there's something deeper with that decision to get rid of Julius Randle. Did he buy into the system with Chris Finch? I know from covering Julius Randle in his time with the New York Knicks and just seeing his NBA career, not the most willing defender, and really could be on a really giving off attitude. I don't want to say pouting, because I feel like that's a little disrespectful, but
moody.
All the signs would be there. Very moody.
The season with some of the other Timberwolves players.
There you go. So moody, right? And so if you're not bought in, when you have a Rudy Gobert, and I know Rudy gets a lot of heat, I get it, but when you also have a Jay McDaniels, and you have an Anthony Edwards, and you have now an Ayo Dosunmu, guys that want to get down and guard and make life hell for you on the offensive end, you got to buy into that. If you're not bought in, then you can find yourself elsewhere. And I think that was a decision with Minnesota, with Julius Randle there, I still believe that the Timberwolves still aren't finished dealing. Now, keep in mind that Dante DiVincenzo tore his Achilles in the playoffs. Sorry, Kate, PTSD. I know I'm not trying to bring up old stuff, but they have to now fill that void for themselves. I don't think that they find anyone at 33 that's going to help them immediately, but maybe they're trying to package some things up to try and get another pick in the first round. So we'll see. That's why I said it's going to be fluid with the NBA. Like, don't go to sleep. Drink coffee, 5-hour energy, Red Bull, whatever you do, energy drink, any of that stuff, do it now, because you're going to wake up to some news and you're like, what the hell just happened now? Because 5 hours ago, this player was here. Now he's gone.
Stuff is starting to go down, Cam, and we know you have a busy day tomorrow, likely hosting on CHSN. You guys have a pregame or pre-draft or throughout the draft show, I'm assuming?
Listen, I'm going to take my own advice, Kate. I'm drinking coffee throughout the day just to kind of keep myself awake, but just kind of riding off the energy of the NBA and the NBA draft. But yes, Kendall Gill and I will be in our Chicago Sports Network studios over at the United Center in the East Atrium, right over by the Jordan statue, for our Bulls Night draft live coverage. So it's going to be a great night. We'll be on after White Sox postgame on Chicago Sports Network. You can stream it on the CHSN app as well if you're out of town. So join us. We're on for 30 minutes. We're going to react to the picks and the possible moves, other additional moves for the Bulls, maybe tomorrow night on draft night. So it's going to be a great time, as it always is, with my partner Kendall Gill and our entire CHSN team. So we'll be ready for everyone.
Awesome, Cam. Well, we'll be tuning in. Appreciate you jumping on and joining me tonight. Great to talk to you again. Tell the family hello, and have fun covering the Bulls tomorrow night.
Oh, definitely will, okay. Please tell the family I said hi too. And yes, we will definitely have a fun night tomorrow night.
Awesome. Thanks, Cam. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
That is Cam Smith, host at Chicago Sports Net, covers the Bulls. Great insight and great timing with Cam being on and that trade coming down for Nick Claxton going over to Chicago. Coming up on the other side, we'll play a little game of hot or cold before we wrap things up about 20 minutes from now. More to come. BetMGM tonight with Kate Constable.
If the Celtics do trade for Giannis, Celtics-Knicks next year in the Eastern Conference Final. And we have seemingly all collectively decided, even prior to the epic 7-game series that they played this year, that the Western Conference Final for the next however many years is going to be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And we'll get into Oklahoma City's trade of Aaron Wiggins to the Hawks coming up in a little bit. So if the Celtics get Giannis, I think we are going to know, or have a good idea at least, as to what next year's conference final is going to be. It's like 11 months from now. I think we already know. 11 months in advance. Eastern Conference Final, Celtics-Knicks. Western Conference Final, Spurs and Thunder. And just on the Eastern Conference, if the Celtics are able to get Giannis, and we'll talk more about Jaylen Brown on the other side, but just on the Eastern Conference, why I feel so confident in that result if the Celtics are able to pull this off. You know, Tyrese Halliburton's going to be back for the Indiana Pacers, obviously, right? And the tearing his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Thunder was brutal for Tyrese Halliburton and brutal for the Pacers. I really like what the Pacers did, trading for Zubats, getting their center to replace Miles Turner this past season. But not getting the 5th pick in the draft was such a blow to this team, such a blow to the Pacers. And maybe they'll just be able to exceed expectations again and really compete with the Knicks and Boston after what they did last season. It really shouldn't surprise anyone if they're able to do that. But I think it's fair to say, put the Knicks and the Celtics a cut above the Pacers, at least for right now. There's Detroit and there's Cleveland. Do you trust the Pistons right now? Detroit's got a big decision to make on Jalen Duren, and they're probably going to pay him. And Duren was an all-NBA caliber big man this year in the regular season. and then wilted like a plant in the sun with no water in the postseason. That fill you with confidence? Do the Cleveland Cavaliers, as currently constructed, fill you with confidence? Do they? Got annihilated by the Knicks and then were in denial about it after getting swept. James Harden, we're the better team. Kenny Atkinson, analytically, we're actually up in the series. Or you got swept by the eventual NBA champions. Does that fill you with confidence? The Cleveland Cavaliers? I really like what Atlanta did this weekend. Signed C.J. McCollum to an extension. McCollum was obviously the closer for this team in the play. Hit a couple shots to beat the Knicks twice. 2 of New York's 3 losses in the playoffs. C.J. McCollum and the Hawks. And then they trade for Aaron Wiggins because the Thunder can't afford to pay all these guys and need to shed some salary. It's a great move by Atlanta. And I love Jalen Johnson. And I like some of these pieces on the Hawks. Alexander Walker, Dyson Daniels, etc. But I mean, really? Atlanta is going to be on the same level as Boston? As the Knicks? If the Celtics get Giannis? I think there's a good chance we are going to know by 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday night, June 23rd, the 4 finalists next year in the NBA. My Knicks, Giannis and the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the San Antonio Spurs.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
First, can you call it big move in the NBA? Big trade before the draft? No, it's not. Giannis on the move quite yet, but the Timberwolves sent Julius Randle and pick number 28 to the Brooklyn Nets, a three-team trade. Nick Claxton goes from the Nets to the Chicago Bulls, and the Timberwolves get Brooklyn's number 33 pick for Randle. And Shams reporting right now, Timberwolves are freeing up significant salary with the remaining 2 years of Randle's deal, giving him more flexibility to bring back and retain Ayo Dosunmu and use exceptions. So some moves already starting to happen. I have a feeling this is not going to be the last prior to tomorrow's NBA draft. Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM tonight. We're going to bring in our producer, Brandon Combs, and play a little game of hot or cold with some of the big sports topics that have gone on today, because it's been, I mean, yeah, we have the draft tomorrow, but it's still been kind of a busy day in sports today, Brandon. First, starting off with the news that Dusty May is going to the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, I mean, just insane. I was actually on the air this morning when that news broke. And I mean, I was just floored. Like, I don't know why at this point Dusty May would want to leave Michigan after winning a national title and go to an organization that, quite honestly, is just hasn't been great in the front office and is in the middle of the rebuild. Now, look, I know you get Cooper Flagg and you get to build around Cooper Flagg and all that, but I mean, Dusty May in the Big Ten with all that Michigan money and all the money they're willing to pour into that program, I just don't understand what he was thinking. For me, it's a great move for the Mavericks. I just don't like it for Dusty May, but, who am I? My guess is he had a pretty big bag waiting for him in Dallas.
I was going to say, we haven't heard what the contract is quite yet for Dusty May and the Mavs. I have not seen that information privy to the public quite yet, but I can imagine it's quite pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite pretty, kind of like Oklahoma's lead now. They were just up 10-2 on North Carolina, and they just hit a 3-run home run. They're up 13-2 in the 8th inning. Oklahoma is going to steal the College World Series.
Because North Carolina coming into that was the heavy favorite, weren't they? I mean, I'm going to be real. I don't follow college baseball very closely, but I did know that North Carolina, they're ranked 5th, and Oklahoma not ranked at all, right?
Nope. Oklahoma unranked, North Carolina 5th ranked team in the country. It's absolutely insane, but that's why I love the College World Series. And let's start there, Kay. You ready to do some hot or cold?
Let's do it.
All right, let's start there. The men's and women's College World Series are both more exciting than the college football playoff. Hot or cold?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm still going to say cold. College football playoffs, they have they've gotten increasingly less important in my eyes, or less fun to watch, increasingly less exciting, because of the way the bracket is, and you get the power group of 5 teams in, and they get blown out, and we've just had a lot of that over the last couple of years. I do enjoy the College World Series. I just told you I don't watch college baseball throughout the entire season, and I don't watch college softball at all. I don't follow it one bit. But if it's on the TV, I've had this game on my TV in front of me for the last 5 hours while we've been doing this show, and I've secretly been locked in. The corner of my eyes are looking up every couple minutes to see what's going on in this game. So I'll still say cold. College football playoffs are still king over the College World Series, but as college football continues to change, ask me that in a year and I might have a different answer for you.
So I do watch college baseball. I do watch college softball in the regular season. I do keep track of it because I'm a nutbag, and I love watching all of these kids play, and I love knowing who is coming up in the draft and who's coming up through the system. And I do think that the College World Series, men's and women's, is both more exciting than the college football playoff, top to bottom, right? Because in the College World Series, like, you're watching an unranked Oklahoma team take out the number 5 team in the nation in the College World Series, in the championship series. You don't get that in the college football playoff. You don't get unranked teams getting into the college football playoff. Right. You don't get the teams that aren't supposed to be there in the championship, nonetheless, beating these teams. Now, sometimes you don't get
Boise State.
Yes,
running the table. That's what.
Yes, absolutely, 110%. So for me, that's why the College World Series is better. The Women's College World Series, to me, is superior to the Men's College World Series as well. I love watching the Women's College World Series. Those ladies, they play some damn ball, and it's fun to watch. So. Yeah, for me, it's more exciting. All right, let's move forward. Dusty May, we just talked about him, will choose a Michigan Wolverine at number 9 tomorrow night. Hot or cold?
I think that's hot. I like that take. And I think, he knows so much about those players, and the 3 of them being Yaxel Lendeberg, Johnson, and Mara. And all of them are kind of grouped right around where the Mavericks will be picking, assuming they stay at number 9. There's a chance that Mara isn't there then. There's a chance that Lendenberg isn't there. But I think if he has the opportunity, he knows those players inside and out, and he knows exactly how they are going to fit in with the roster that the Mavericks currently have, because obviously He's been around their play style. I mean, he's coached them for a year. So he knows if they would fit, how they would fit into what Dallas currently has. It was also an interesting comment. We had Cameron Salerno of CBS, sports writer for CBS, on earlier. And he made the comment that Dusty May has been just peppered with questions about the Michigan players over the last probably couple weeks, months, of scouts and NBA front office personnel going to the Michigan head coach, which up until today was Dusty May, and asking him about these 3 players in the draft. And so maybe Dusty May has a little bit more intel on where those 3 will go. And if he needs to, if the Mavericks want one of them at number 9, but based on his knowledge of where other teams have been asking and where they're picking, maybe he knows he has to grab them at number 9. And if that's the player he wants. So I think there's certainly an opportunity, and it makes sense that one of the Michigan players goes and plays for his former coach in which he won a national championship with.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think that the draft, at number 7, at number 8, when you're looking at not Washington, Brooklyn, and you're looking at Sacramento, and you're looking at Atlanta, who all 3 pick right ahead of Dallas, all 3 could use a point guard. And so all 3 of them now have to have that idea of, man, we have to beat them tomorrow. Like, Mara's coming off of the board at number 9. So it'll be interesting to see if Mara is off the board, whether or not they do take Yaxel, because I do think Yaxel at 9 is kind of a reach, or whether or not they trade out of it and maybe move down to, I don't know, maybe number 15 with the Chicago Bulls, and the Bulls trade up to 9 and take one of the point guards that's available. Very interesting scenario. Not saying I want it to happen, but I might want it to happen. Because I would love it. I would love to have a true 1 and a true 2. I love Josh Giddey. I know you want him in Minnesota, but you can keep your paws off of Josh Giddey and leave him here in Chicago.
Well,
because I would love to see Giddey. What if the
Bulls got Acuff then, and Acuff's your point guard?
So Acuff at the 1, Giddey at the 2.
Okay.
Caleb. You got Matas at the 3, Caleb at the 4, and now Nick Claxton at the 5. Come on, Kate. Now all of a sudden I'm excited about Bulls basketball again.
Exactly. That's something you could watch, especially now with the passing of Stacey King. I mean, rest in peace, but he and Adam were the reason you watched last year, because of how good they were together, exciting they made games. It wasn't the on-court product that made the games fun. It was Adam and Stacey. And getting that on-court product back, that would be fun to watch if you had Acuff, Giddey, Wilson, Matas, and Nick Claxton. That's a decent starting 5 right there.
You need to have something on the court that is going to take your mind off the fact that Stacey King is no longer with us calling games, because, man, what a legend that dude was. I'll not when Giddey hit that game winner against the Lakers, my all-time favorite call from any sport anywhere was Stacey King's call, talking about good day, mate, and talking about all of the stuff that he did. I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal. So yes, I would love to see Bulls basketball be relevant again. And hey, let's make a deep run. Let's do one for Stacey.
That would be ideal. I left that game early, Brandon. I decided, let's beat traffic. Let's beat traffic. So not only did I miss the shot, I also missed Stacey's call because we weren't in the car in time for the call. So we missed the winner by Giddey, and then we missed the phenomenal call by. I mean, obviously I've listened to it back, but I was a lose all around that night. I took a hard L that night, leaving the Bulls early. Yeah, that was not good.
How? Oh my goodness! How do you I don't know. I've never been able to leave a game early. I've never.
The Bulls weren't supposed to win that. I mean, they were. I forget the exact number, but they were down like 7 with 30 seconds left, and it was the Bulls at the time. I mean, it still is the Bulls. They weren't winning games like that until they did.
It was something. And I'll never forget. I can't believe you left early. I've never left a game early, even when my team is getting murdered. I just don't leave early, just because there might be something that happens that I've never seen. But see, I'm also that maniac, Kate. I don't care how late it is. I can't go to sleep until the game's over because I might miss something, and if I miss it, I'm gonna be upset with myself. So yeah, I'm that guy.
All right. I'll leave. I'll leave games early to beat traffic. I'm that girl. All right, Brandon, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up these final hot or cold thoughts on the other side as we wrap up the show. This is BetMGM Tonight with Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports.
The outcome that is by far the most fun for LeBron James, and forget about LeBron, I'll be honest. The outcome that's the most fun for me and for you, big basketball fans and big sports fans, is him taking less money to go play for the Golden State Warriors. And LeBron and Curry and Jimmy Butler, who's obviously recovering from an ACL. I mean, just consider what that looks like at the ends of games. And I know that they're all long in the tooth. But, and if you're Golden State in that scenario, and Steve Kerr's coming back, we know that. I think the Warriors think that they're going to be able to accomplish something this summer. Maybe it's LeBron, maybe it's something else. Their entire goal would be just to get to the playoffs healthy. Just get there healthy. The three guys healthy. And you have three, legendary playoff performers. And I understand that Jimmy Butler has not won a championship. Jimmy Butler carried a couple Miami Heat teams to the title, and he was unbelievable on those runs. And the insinuation is not that Jimmy Butler will be that this year at a more advanced age, coming off a big injury. But I mean, at the ends of games, I'm a Knicks fan, right? Let's say, I'm making this up. Let's say Jimmy Butler goes to, let's say he goes to Atlanta. I'm making this up, right? And the Hawks play the Knicks in the first round. And the Knicks are up by 1, and Jimmy Butler has the ball with 7 seconds to play. I feel like that shot's going in with Jimmy Butler. And then here's Steph. And then here's potentially LeBron. Now, LeBron's got to be willing to take less money to do it. And I don't know if that's the case. And I won't criticize him if his decision is, I want to make the maximum amount of money. But if he really wants to win a championship and he's willing to take less money, the Lakers are obviously a great option. But the one that I like the most is Golden State. LeBron and Steph Curry. A decade after their battles with Cleveland versus the Warriors, teaming up in the Bay Area, that would be absolutely electric.
right move. I think Cameron Boozer is the number one pick in this draft. I think he is by far the best player. I think he makes the most impact. He is going to win you games. Cameron Boozer is going to win you games. Darren Peterson is going to get you highlights. Now, I think Peterson could be a great guard, could be absolutely phenomenal. Like, his upside is incredible. But there are so many questions. He averaged 1.5 assists as a guard. The history of Kansas wings, not good. So to me, Cameron Boozer should absolutely be ahead of Darren Peterson, and I think he should be ahead of AJ DeBonsa. If you ask me for my board, it would be number 1, Cameron Boozer, number 2, AJ DeBonsa, number 3, Caleb Wilson, number 4, Darren Peterson.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Improbable! Unbelievable! Impossible! Magic Kitty! Good day, mate! Elizabeth! I'm coming, baby!
That is the one and only Stacey King on the call with Adam and Ween. That was the Josh Giddey half-court shot to beat the Lakers that Brandon and I were discussing in that last segment, and doesn't get much better than Stacey King and some of those crazy calls that he had. Those will be playing on repeat for the rest of time for sure. He was one of one, and we'll miss him on Bulls broadcasts next season. The Bulls, though, they just made a couple moves, or at least made a move. They have the 4th pick tomorrow in the draft, but they just acquired Nick Claxton. The Timberwolves just sent Julius Randle to the Nets, a 3-team trade there. And I'm just getting out that the White Sox just walked it off. Brandon, what just happened in this White Sox game?
I missed exactly what happened, but the White Sox had runners on 2nd and 3rd in the bottom of the 9th. And it looks like, I can't tell if that is Kyle Teal or I'm not sure who walked it off. Looks like it might be Kyle
Montgomery?
Teal. No, unfortunately. It was not
We
Colson
were waiting
Montgomery.
for a Montgomery hit for our going streaking segment. Brandon had him. But yeah, White Sox win 6-5 over the Guardians. That's huge in the division race right now. White Sox
looks
baseball.
like it was Sam Antonacci with the walk-off to win the game.
Sam.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Guardians and White Sox, top 2 teams in the AL Central, vying for that top spot. Minnesota, a couple of games back from them. Good win for the White Sox. They've been a fun team to watch this season, fun team to follow. So Chicago sports picking it up right now. All right, Brandon, we have just a couple minutes left. I think we have 1 or 2 hot or colds left. Throw those out my way, and we will tell you what we think.
All right, let's have some fun for us Bears fans. The Green Bay Packers will miss the playoffs this season. News coming out that they are most likely going to be missing their edge rusher, who they traded for the first 8 weeks of the season.
Yikes.
So hot or cold, they missed the playoffs this season.
That's hot. And hot is, I agree with it, right? We go over this every time, and I can never remember.
Yes.
Hot, I agree with that take. Packers, they're missing the playoffs. I mean, if Micah Parsons is not there for the first 8 weeks, all of a sudden that defense becomes increasingly weaker. And then you look at the division right now. The Bears continuing to grow with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. And granted, their schedules are extremely tough this year. They're going to have a target on their back. Are they going to win that many one-score games? Probably not. They can still, regress a little bit in terms of win total and make the playoffs. You also have Detroit, who will be in the mix again. I don't really expect Detroit to miss the playoffs again. Certainly, I guess, could happen. But their schedule's fairly soft because of where they finished last season. And then with Minnesota, I mean, that's an interesting team as well. They won 9 games with JJ McCarthy last year. You now have Kyler Murray, and granted, the Kyler Murray never really put it all together in Arizona. That didn't pan out. So is it realistic to think he's all of a sudden going to go to Minnesota and it's going to pan out? Well, I think he can be a little bit better than JJ McCarthy, which means maybe the Vikings win at least 9 games or more than that. If he's a little bit better. So all of a sudden, the Packers, their hopes of getting into the playoffs is a wild card spot. And if you don't have Micah Parsons for the first 8 weeks, winning enough games to be in wild card contention down the stretch is going to be pretty tough. So that's hot, Brandon. I think the Packers are going to miss the playoffs this upcoming year.
Yeah, I do too. Look, the Micah Parsons injury is a huge one. That is not going to be good for a team that, let's face it, man, when they can't rush the passer, that defense can get exposed. If they can't get to the guy, if they can't get to anybody, if they can't start penetrating that offensive line, it's a completely different defense in Green Bay. So, look, I like it. I like, as a Bears fan, I love it, to be honest with you. I can't wait to watch all the Green Bay Packer fans cry. And I do think that they missed the playoffs this season. I also I'm not a big believer in their quarterback anyway. So I honestly thought that they were probably the second or third best team in this division going into it anyway. And I know, look, Minnesota, yes, they went out and got Kyler Murray. I do love their coaching staff there. I think that they've got a really good coaching staff. I think they can, do some things with some quarterbacks that a lot of other teams can't do. But man, if Kyler Murray either A, gets off to a rough start, or B, gets to November when Call of Duty comes out and all of a sudden can't play again. And then you're looking at J.J. McCarthy or the corpse of Carson Wentz taking over that football team. Ooh. That's kind of scary for the Minnesota Vikings. So, yeah, I definitely think that the Packers are in jeopardy of missing the playoffs this year. All right, let's go to basketball. Draft tomorrow. If the Chicago Bulls land Caleb Wilson and any of the guards in Wagler, Acuff, Mara, or Burries, they will be a playoff team next year. Hot or cold?
Ooh. I'm going to go with hot. I think their roster could significantly improve, and it already has over the last half hour. I like the addition of Nick Claxton. ESPN already has him slotted in on the Chicago Bulls depth chart as the starting center, as he should be. And all of a sudden, you're looking at, if Josh Giddey's still on the roster, which, rumors that maybe his name is being floated around, but if you have Josh Giddey, if you have either I like Wagler or Darius Acuff as another guard there, Buzelis continues to improve in his early career, his last 2 seasons, and then you add Caleb Wilson, who is another addition to your front court. Like that's a solid starting lineup. So I think that's certainly a realistic expectation for the Bulls if those 2 things happen in the draft tomorrow, getting Wilson at number 4 and acquiring one of those top guards at the number 15 or however they decide to acquire that. I think the Bulls could be a playoff team next year, Brandon.
Yeah, getting yourself a true number 1 and allowing Giddey to be a scorer, being a guy who can actually shoot the ball a little bit more as opposed to being a facilitator, and then having Matas at the 3, Caleb Wilson at the 4, and Claxton at the 5. This team all of a sudden gets exciting again, Kate. And I look, if this happens tomorrow night and the Bulls do this the right way, it'll be the first time in a long time I'm excited about a Bulls season.
Yeah, I think you and a whole lot of other Bulls fans, Brandon. So we'll have to wait and see tomorrow. The NBA draft happening tomorrow night. We'll be back on air tomorrow night. Brad Evans and myself, Kate Constable. Thank you to Brian Bush, Cameron Salerno, and Cam Smith for joining us. For Monty and Brandon, again, I am Kate Constable. You're listening to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
as Brady Tkachuk goes from Ottawa to the Florida Panthers. A very, very interesting trade by the Panthers, who missed the playoffs this past year following 3 Stanley Cup finals in a row. Remember, losing to the Vegas Golden Knights, then beating Edmonton in back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So Florida is a very injured team last year, right? We saw Brad Marchand missed a lot of time, Sam Reinhart missed a lot of time, and of course, Matthew Tkachuk missed time, and captain Alexander Barkov missed the entire season. So this move now, Brady Tkachuk coming over to South Florida, would seem to indicate that the Panthers are going to push their chips in to make another Stanley Cup run this year. The fly in the ointment, though, is the fact that the Florida Panthers currently have 0 goaltenders under contract for this coming season. Sergei Bobrovsky, who has been their goalie throughout this incredible run they've been on, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, is a free agent at age 38 and wants a big payday. And now, with Brady Tkachuk in town to go along with Matthew and Barkov and the other studs on the Florida Panthers in terms of their skaters, do they have the money to bring back Sergei Bobrovsky? If I'm the Florida Panthers, and I'm not, but if I were, I would be pulling every lever and pushing every button possible to try and work it out to bring Sergei Bobrovsky back. If FAU loses that game to Memphis, that 8-9 game a couple years ago in the first round, do you think there's any chance in hell Dusty May is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks? That's incredible. Incredible. Unbelievable. Will Dusty May succeed as the coach of the Dallas Mavericks? I have no idea. No idea. But do I think it's a worthy swing of the bat, roll of the dice from new GM Masai Ujiri and the Mavericks? Absolutely. Of course. I really like it. I like it on paper. I don't know if it'll work. Also, how good are the Mavericks going to be next season? We'll see what they do. Matt Moore was just on with us for a half an hour. Appreciate Matt's time. Maybe they'll try and trade back, acquire more assets. But, they have one of the best young players in the league in Cooper Flagg. Now, again, I'm not going to say Dallas is going to be great next year, especially in a brutal Western Conference. But you see the vision for the Mavericks hiring Dusty May. And congratulations to him. 4 years ago, FAU went 19-15. Final Four, Michigan, national champion, NBA. The glow-up of all glow-ups for Dusty May.